Hear the song that is sung by the four winds, for it is the voice of our awakening, which heralds the rebirth of Oloi.
Welcome to Juche Lessons. I am Comrade Shane, and on today's episode, I will discuss why one of the most important principles to maintain the independent stand in revolution is to establish Juche in ideology. General Secretary Kim Jong-il said, quote, "To establish Juche in ideology means having the consciousness that one is the master of the revolution and construction, thinking and doing everything centering on the revolution in one's own country, and acquiring the viewpoint and attitude of solving all questions by one's own talents and initiative." Unquote. To establish Juche in ideology has three contents: to have the consciousness that one is the master of the revolution and construction, to think and do everything centering on the revolution in one's own country, and to acquire the viewpoint and attitude of solving all questions by one's own talent and initiative. Firstly, it means to have the consciousness that one is the master of the revolution and construction. To have the consciousness that one is the master of revolution and construction means to have a standpoint and attitude that the revolution and construction is for the people and should be done by the people. That is because the revolution and construction is the work to realize the people's independence. The people should have a standpoint and attitude to take part in the revolution and construction as masters. Only then can they devote themselves to the revolution and construction. Secondly, to establish Juche in ideology means to have a standpoint and attitude of thinking and doing everything centering on the revolution in one's own country. This means to have the standpoint and attitude of thinking about the revolution in one's country first and conducting it in the interests of the revolutionary forces in the country. In other words, it means to make everything serve the revolution in one's country. Whatever we learn and produce, we should do so for the revolution in our country and nation and its further development. The study of science and technology should be done also to serve the revolution in one's country and achieve victory in the revolution. When we build a house, we should do so according to the taste of the people, and when we do ideological work, we should make it relevant and serve the interests of one's country and nation. Thirdly, to establish Juche in ideology means to have a standpoint and attitude of solving all questions by one's own talents and initiative. As the revolution is for the masses themselves, one cannot depend on others. If they do, it can and will bring ruin to the revolution and country. Here is an example that happened in the period when Korea became a colony of Japanese imperialists. In 1905, the Japanese imperialists made up the USA V Treaty and took away the rights to diplomacy from the feudal Reed dynasty and openly interfered in Korea's internal affairs. Infuriated at this, the Korean people conducted an anti-Japanese voluntary struggle and patriotic cultural movement to fight against Japanese imperialist invasion in Korea. While the people fought a bloody struggle against the Japanese imperialists, a few people, including Ri Jun, tried to restore the country by gaining support and sympathy of the US and Western imperialists. So 3 representatives, including Ri Jun, participated in the World Peace Conference in Hague, the Netherlands, on behalf of Ko-jong, the then King of Korea. They tried to expose Japanese aggressive policy and gain international support against the Japanese imperialists in the conference. But in the conference, the Western imperialists were on the Japanese side. So, Korean diplomacy was handed over to the Japanese according to the Usul 5 Treaty, refusing to recognize Korean representatives. Ri Jun, who was excluded from the talks because of this, came to know that Western imperialists were on the side of the Japanese imperialists, and felt that dependency on others leads to ruin. He tragically committed suicide instead of returning to Korea. After this incident, Japanese imperialists expelled the king and completely occupied Korea. This shows us that depending on others without believing in one's strength leads to failure in the struggle for liberation and revolution. Dependency on foreign powers leads to ruin. Why is it necessary to establish Juche ideology then? It is because the people in a given country are the masters of their revolution and construction, and to carry out the revolution successfully is the main task of the people in that country. The people's struggle for independence takes place with a country and nation as a unit. This being the case, the masters of the revolution in each country are the people in that country. The revolution in each country is caused by the urgent desire and demand of the people in that country, not by instruction from others. And no others than the people in that country and nation can be the masters of their revolution. Revolution cannot be imported and exported. And by the way, this is also the case for nations that are within what we communists call prison house of nations, such as the United States and Canada. These colonial projects do not constitute a nation, but they are a country. They are a prison house country that has many, many nations. And the former settlers and foreign people, from the perspective of these imprisoned nations, they cannot wage revolution on behalf of the First Nations. Because, as I just said, no others than the people in that country and nation can be the masters of their revolution. It cannot be imported or exported. And as each country is linked with other countries, a revolution in one country may have influence on others and can help others. In regards to revolution, however, the only masters of each country are the people in that country. If the people, masters of the revolution, do not rise, it is useless as watering a dead tree, regardless of how big foreign support is. The people in each country are masters of their revolution, which is their main task. Under this condition, they should have consciousness that they are the masters of the revolution and construction and should think and do everything centering on the revolution in their country and acquire the viewpoint and attitude of solving all questions by their own talents and initiative. This is what it means to establish Juche in ideology, and it is necessary to establish Juche in ideology because when each country succeeds in its revolution, they contribute to and become links in the chain of international proletarian revolution. The International Proletarian Revolution, or World Revolution, is the struggle for people's independence in the international arena. The World Revolution wins final victory in the process in which each country wins its independence and carries out its revolution successfully. This, however, does not mean that the World Revolution is a mechanical collection of the revolution in each country. In the aspect of world revolution, the revolution in each country is a chain of the world revolution, and it develops in close link with the world revolution. The revolution in each country and nation, however, has its independent development. Just as marathon runners start at the same time and run the same track, there is a difference in speed. And so this is the case with revolutions in each country. We cannot force an acceleration because, again, the people in that country and nation are the only masters of revolution. So outside forces cannot directly accelerate the revolution in one country. Then how is it possible that complicated revolutionary movements that started differently in different circumstances win world revolutions simultaneously? Well, as I mentioned, and with the chain analogy as it highlights, the world revolution is not abstract or separate from the revolution in each country. It is linked with the revolution in each country like a chain. When the people in each country complete their revolution, it also hastens the victory of world revolution. And when the victory of revolution in each country is hastened, so is the victory of the world revolution. Success of revolution in one country enables them to then help others with practical experience, ideological wealth, and solidarity. It is ridiculous to talk about a, quote, world revolution without success in one's own revolution. For victory in the world revolution, each country should carry out its revolution successfully, and for this purpose, it is necessary to establish Juche in ideology. To establish Juche in ideology is the primary requirement in the struggle for independence. When Juche is established in ideology, it is possible to adhere to the principle of independence in politics, self-sufficiency in the economy, and self-reliance in defense. The revolution and construction are conscious activities of the people for independence. When the people have the consciousness that they are the masters of the revolution and construction, think and do everything centering on the revolution in their own country, and acquire the viewpoint and attitude of solving all questions by their own talents and initiative, they work in a responsible way for the success of their own revolution. To establish Juche an ideology as a prerequisite thus enables the masses to implement the principle of independence in politics, self-sufficiency in the economy, and self-reliance in defense. That's all for this episode. Thanks for watching. If you liked what you saw, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. If you have any ideas for future videos you'd like to see on the channel, please leave your suggestions in the comments. Be sure to check out our other, more casual entertainment-focused channel on Juche Gaming, if that is your bag, and our other social media on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. One last thing, as an independent creator, my work on all channels and platforms is sustained through the generous donations of supporters and comrades, and allow me to focus as much time as possible on content creation. My PayPal is in the description of this video for anyone who is able and would like to contribute. Thank you. Red salute, comrades.
휘파람 청각 휘파람을 부는 것이 제일 좋은가봐. 고향마을 물길 공사 대발밭 때도 휘파람을 불어가며 날려 보냈네. 휘파람 휘파람 청각 휘파람을 불어가며 날려 보냈네. 늠름하고 씩씩한 휘파람 청각 휘파람은 가벼워도 많으면 불길.
Are you tired of listening to reactionary drivel every time you turn on your television? Do you want to learn about communism in a fun and interactive way instead? Then come down to Leaping Larry's. When you come down to Leaping Larry's, you will be greeted with a salute every time you step in through the door, because we value our comrades. At Leaping Larry's, you will learn how communism and the Juche idea can create a more equitable and just society. You will learn about the importance of collectivism and cooperation. And you will learn how communism can help to create a world without poverty or hunger. Leaping Larry's, your home for communist and video game edutainment.
Good morning, comrades. I hope you all are well today. I know I am. We're here for Wingin It Wednesday. This is one of the days when the fiance is off of work, so thank you, GMO. Let me just have another puff and then we'll be ready to go. It's one of the days when the fiance is off of work. And therefore, it's going to be, of course, a little bit of a shorter stream today, as we tend to do on Wednesdays and Thursdays. I'm smoking,
Let's go,
damn it.
smokes. Let's go, smokes.
My lungs are... Sweet coverage. What? Hey, NTC, welcome Just, welcome Cinnamon Challenge, welcome Red Falcon, Lenin, Dimitri. I feel like the romper room with the mirror at the beginning. Today in my magic mirror, I see Lenin, and I see Red Falcon, I see Just, I see NTC, I see GMO. Good morning, everybody. So today we're gonna do our usual Wingin' It Wednesday things. I have, some Morang Bong Band we can listen to. I have a little video from DPRK, just a clip from one of their documentaries about DPRK's Songun miracle. We have a message from Leonard Peltier. Despite what you think of the Red Nation, I do think that at least a lot of the information they provide we can listen to. I have some Noam Chomsky cringe, because I see a certain Vijay Prashad who likes to write letters with him and stuff a lot and work on works with him. Like, that's okay to a certain degree, but at the same time, let's look at what Chomsky has provided to the socialist movement in the past, just so we're well aware. And then we're going to cleanse the palate of some Chomsky with some footage of Comrade Lenin, a song from USSR. And then we're going to look at a brand new Hakim video. Yeah, Noam Chomsky. I do have a couple things on Twitter that I was going to look at, mostly regarding the Korean Friendship Association, because, or not even the Korean Friendship Association, sorry, DPRK and Juche. Because our comrade Red Falcon here decided to respond to BRG yesterday. And then I do have people's news for you today. I'm just trying to decide what order these segments are going to go in. I think first we're going to start with yes, I have a song. I have a song for us with a bunch of Lenin footage included. Oh yeah, Red Falcon cooked a BRG yesterday. Pretty good. Good enough that BRG blocked him for just responding to misconceptions that he had about Juche and saying asinine, ridiculous stuff. Hey, my man, media. Okay, back. Just want to let you know, AMD is trash when it comes to GPUs. Don't buy their GPUs. Go with Nvidia. Yeah. Honestly, when I switched to Nvidia, I've never looked back. I used to get AMD all the time, and switching to Nvidia has been much better. By the way, BRG Lenin is Black Red Guard. He's a Maoist who doesn't believe that any existing socialist countries exist. By the way, Lenin, you should give a shout out to yourself and Mama M Media when you get the time. And of course, Red Falcon as well could use it. Well, your MD isn't a graphics card there, right? Yeah, I think Mom M Media just said about AMD GPUs. And what you have listed here, Lenin, is an NVIDIA graphics card. You have an AMD CPU, but your graphics card is a NVIDIA there. That's an RTX 3060. Greetings, Beast Mode. Your X's son, yeah. So what you have there, that graphics card in your computer is NVIDIA. It's your CPU that's an AMD. So my man Media's. So if your graphics card works fine, then that's still in line with my man Media's advice completely. We're doing well. We're just about to listen to Morang Bong Band here, which is, of course, a band from DPRK. Then we're going to listen to a short DPRK's Songun Miracle, and then I might do the news after that. Embarrassing, I'm as old as I am and know fuck all about computers. I mean, it's not everybody's cup of tea, right? That's the main thing. Like, I mean, my son, I don't know if he'll ever be into computers or games like me. He does like them a little bit, but at the end of the day, he'd rather play like basketball and stuff, which is fine. I'm learning about basketball way more than I ever knew before. As a kid, I was into football, soccer. Yeah, my AMD CPU is great, and the GPU drivers for AMD GPUs are what is their issue. Yeah, I've heard that before, that they have some bad driver. You were into sports too, Just? Yeah. That's my son. And I mean, like I say, he does like to play Smash Bros and stuff like that with me, but definitely lacrosse and Snow Snake. I used to love playing lacrosse, dude. And of course, football or soccer, whatever the fuck you want to call it, I guess. Yeah, I used to like lacrosse quite a bit. Alright, let's do this one here. I think we know how we're gonna do this. Played soccer from 5 years until 22 years old and played some hockey here and there. I didn't play soccer for very long. The thing I did the most, like my extracurricular activity as a kid, was I took keyboard for like 8 years, and then I took guitar for many years after that. Really, lacrosse was invented by an Iroquois comrade? Really? How do I not know that? Soccer, wrestling, and football. Yeah, nice, nice. Okay, let's do this Morang Bong band song. These folks rock. Interesting. Fun fact, thank you, Red Falcon. So follow Red Falcon up there. Yeah, I did do Taekwondo as well, NTC. I like Taekwondo quite a bit more than most of the sports I did, but my favorite was music. I always liked playing guitar for some reason, and piano. Which is what got me into synthesizers. What the fuck, Falcon? That is mind-boggling. What are you talking about? This is a good way to wake up. Nice and optimistic. Especially for what we got next, Katrina. That square mile playfield, 1,000 players. Holy fuck. Well, okay, well, let's not forget for me, I know for you comrades it's a little bit earlier. For me right now, I'm looking at 11 o'clock in the morning. I've been up for a while. Yeah, that's digital coffee, and you're gonna need it for what we got coming up now. It's 8:44 there. 6:44, 8:45. Yeah, see, I'm a lot earlier. I'm 10:45 here. Yeah, usually I got to get up. Well, that's the thing. Once a week I have my son. The other week his mother has him. We're 50-50 split, and when he's here for school, we got to get up at like 6:45, 7 o'clock. So yeah, I'm kind of used to already getting up early. And when I was doing spray foaming, I'd get up at like 4 o'clock in the morning because then I could get off work earlier. I have no idea how true it is, but I was told by teachers in school that lacrosse was invented as a war game and used to substitute for actually fighting another tribe. Really? You had a teacher telling you this? Falcon, we need fact checking now. I turned to the left at the at the sec monitors for work. Yeah, fuck 4 a.m. I used 6:45, but 4 a.m. The thing is though, just when I get up at 4 a.m., like when I used to work, right? Because I'm working construction, I just leave work when it was done. So if we get up at 4, you go to work, you're done at like 4 in the afternoon. Then you don't have to sit in traffic or anything like that. Yeah, same here. 3 fucking family court dates I had to do, Katrina. It was brutal. Just ridiculous. Okay, I got a little documentary here. It's actually a section from a documentary, but this one is on DPRK's Songun miracle. Check this out.
Leader Kim Jong-il raised his Songun
See,
politics
I am
in the
glad
late
Just
1960s.
could not live with her any longer. That was not good for anyone.
Under the Songun politics, Korea brought about incessant miracles and innovations
Damn,
in all the
Mama. Sorry to
sectors
hear
of
that.
economic construction in the 1970s and 80s.
I mean, the only thing that frustrates me is my baby's mama. Like, it's her grandmother who does all of the taking care of. So it's a little frustrating, but it is what it is. Just like if you're not going to be there, I would
In
gladly
an
be
attempt
there.
to
you know?
destroy Korean
But at least it's
socialism,
50-50
the
now.
United States committed military threat and espionages without letup, only to suffer disgraceful defeat.
Family court sucks. Solidarity with everybody who has to fight in that bull crap. Look how defeated they look. In case you didn't think that the USA was in Korea was a defeat when they lost the war. Yep, and that's exactly what's frustrating about it, NTC.
Children are growing in happy cradles, safeguarded by Songun.
So right here, this still happens, of course, to this day, but kids in DPRK get their school supplies provided
Songun
free from the
politics
state.
demands the People's Army play a leading role not only in national defense, but in socialist construction.
Trans women in fighting the U.S. family court system are being constantly attacked for the entire process. As I'm a mental health consumer, it was hell. Yeah.
The West Sea Barrage,
Same-
a pride
I
of
had
Korea,
the mental
was
health
built
problem
by
and, yeah.
soldiers.
I feel part of that. Obviously, not the entire experience, and I feel sorry for you, comrade. No one should have to go through a struggle like that.
Under the Songun-based leadership, successes were registered in literature and art. An official who assisted leader Kim Jong-il in the 1970s says,
60년대 중엽부터 70년대 초에 위대한 장군님께서는
from the mid-1960s to the early 1970s, we officials, creators and artists in the field of literature and art thought that the respected general was directing literature and art alone.
혁명가그 꽃파는 처녀 창작 전투로 들끓던 어느 날 경애하는 장군님께서는
One day, when the creation of the revolutionary opera, The Flower Girl, was in full swing, the respected general arrived at the theater late at night.
후에 알게 된 일이지만 이날
That day, he gave on-site guidance at People's Army units and took important measures to further strengthen anti-aircraft defenses and came to the theater directly from there.
경애하는 장군님께서 이 시기
In that period, respected General Kim Jong-il gave guidance not only to literature and art, but political, military, economic, and all other affairs of the country. Leader Kim Jong-il saw to it that there were created many works reflecting the armed struggle against the Japanese imperialists, to educate the people in the idea of attaching great importance to arms. In July 1989, Pyongyang sponsored the Grand 13th World Festival of Youth and Students.
Korean propaganda
The
literally is
festival
the best,
demonstrated the
honestly.
world the unity and organization of socialist Korea and its Juche character and national character.
We'll have to watch one of these
It
mass
gave a
games
strong
sometime.
impression of Songun Korea on the friends from the 5 continents.
Love to see that.
All places of Korea are associated with the painstaking efforts made by President Kim Il-sung and leader Kim Jong-il to strengthen the military power of the country.
All those Cuban flags.
Leader Kim Jong-il is the supreme commander of the Korean People's Army and the chairman of the National Defense Commission of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. The Korean Army and People's pledge to hold leader Kim Jong-il in high esteem is shaking the sky and the earth. This is the Kumsusan Memorial Palace where President Kim Il-sung is laid in state.
Like Lenin. You all, don't forget, you all have very cool Lenin emotes.
Men of the People's Army pledged to firmly defend Korea, guided by leader Kim Jong-il, as instructed by Generalissimo President Kim Il-sung.
You've got sexy Lenin emotes for Lenin to use.
Korea spent 1994,
Go follow Comrade Lenin
the
if
year
you
of
don't.
demise of President Kim Il-sung, in bitter tears.
If you follow me and not Lenin, you're missing out
first
on half
morning
the
of
Lenny and the
New Year
Larry stream
1995,
fun.
Leader Kim
Lenny at night,
Jong-il
Larry in the
visited
day.
a People's Army unit first,
Get your full reign of
saying
entertainment
that
that
only
way.
by strengthening the army would Korea be able to defend the country from the imperialist moves to isolate and stifle it. Leader Kim Jong-il stated that he would advocate Songun politics to the end.
You notice the way they put it too. He would advocate Songun politics to the end,
Songun
not enforce it.
was the truth
Because
that President Kim
as I
Il-sung was
always point out, like the Workers' Party of Korea doesn't lead with dictum and command, just like any other communist party, like in Cuba. They are the ideological leader of the revolution, while the people state itself has to remain independent of all parties.
convinced in the days of staging armed struggle against the Japanese imperialists after leaving his home village Mangyongdae in his teens, and in the days of building socialism in the confrontation with the United States for half a century.
Confrontation with the United States for half a century. I think that's the important thing to take from that. There you go. There's a little bit on Songun. I think every day we're gonna do a little one of these pieces from a documentary that we got here. Seem to be pretty interesting. Right, I do have some news articles I want to get to you, but yeah, make sure you're all following Lenin there. Lenin gives you that great skateboard content at night. You never know when I'll pop up. Could be any time, without warning. Larry just pop up on Lenny's stream. You saw criticism about Songun that all this is about the military. Yeah. I mean, it's like, gee, I wonder why they have a military first policy in a country that was the target of a genocidal war that killed off 20% of the entire Korean population. It's tough to figure out. I know. It's hard, difficult logic, especially when you're the subject of imperialist fucking capitalist propaganda. You know? Yeah, like tell me you don't understand the first thing about what happened in Korea. And then again, that still leaves out the fact that the entire Korean military budget is smaller than like the New York Police Department budget. Right? And at the same time, despite the sanctions, despite the military first policy, how come DPRK provides all its citizens with free healthcare, including dental, optical, prescriptions? How come they provide all their citizens with free housing? How come they provide all their citizens with free education up to doctorate level, including scholarships to foreign schools in friendly countries like China and of course other countries that have diplomatic relations with them? How come these things? How come not these things in the richest country in the world? If they're only focused on the military, as we're like totally always fed to believe, you know, it kind of stops making sense a little bit. I don't know. Yeah, they wouldn't still exist. Honestly, the fact of the matter is they still wouldn't exist if they were anything like what the US tries to portray them as, right? That's just it. All right, I do have some articles for you, comrades. You know what that means.
Land defending. water defending, strike actions, international politics, socialist news, bringing you the stories that matter most to revolutionaries. This is People's News with Leaping Larry.
Right, I got a few articles for you today. Of course, as usual, we got a couple from Pyongyang Times. I think first we're actually going to start with the Workers' World today. So I have two from Workers' World and then just a couple from Pyongyang Times. So just short news segment today for you all. And a short video actually to go along with it as well. Role of the US-NATO war in the Libyan flood. No, there's a pretty well, this will actually probably mention it. A close look at the catastrophic flood that hit the port city of Derna in northeastern Libya September 9th shows that it was no natural disaster, nor was its scale due only to the climate crisis. Those Western leaders who ordered the 2011 US-NATO war that destroyed the then existing Libyan government are responsible for the vast number of victims. News media of all types have reported on the destruction of Derna, on the 11,300 deaths reported by September 17th, and on 10,000 more missing. Photos show large swaths of the port city of 90,000 people swept away when two dams broke following hurricane-level rains. It might seem excessive to blame a disaster of such a scale on the actions of US-led institutions like the Pentagon, the CIA, and NATO some 12 years earlier. This is only because the same media that reports the details of the disaster hide the pernicious role of US imperialism and its leaders, who in 2011 were in the Barack Obama administration. According to reports from Libya, the dams had no maintenance during the last 12 years. There was no warning system in place, there were no popular organizations to provide emergency services, and during the first week, there were no organized rescue operation. Neither from the two contesting Libyan regimes or from foreign organizations. It's no conspiracy theory to state that the inhumane acts of the humans who act on behalf of the capitalist ruling class worldwide are responsible for much of the suffering in Libya. And the government most responsible resides in Washington. This week, the protests at the United Nations drew attention to the change in the climate brought upon by the burning of fossil fuels. As Workers' World explained in a recent article, the capitalist system is responsible for uncontrolled use of fossil fuel energy, which has increased the severity of recent natural disasters. Excessive heat all through summer 2023, wildfires in Europe, Canada, Hawaii, and floods in East Asia have made everyone aware that the climate catastrophe is no joke. Although the leaders of imperialist countries, the G7 for example, are doing little to nothing about it. And I just want to mention, by the way, in regards to the wildfires in Canada, I see one detail that is commonly left out, especially, of course, in the mainstream media reporting. But, you know, a big reason why the wildfires were actually so bad in Canada this time was because of the practice of carbon offsets. the way that they plant trees for carbon offsets is to plant all the same type of tree because they just choose the fastest growing, the cheapest tree, the easiest to grow, and they plant them super close together. And this lack of diversity is what makes it much more dangerous for forest fire, because the difference in types of trees would help combat the spread of forest fires traditionally in the past. So now in these trees where you've had huge amounts of, or in these forests where you've had huge amounts of carbon offsets being planted, you have something that is now frustrating the forest fire situation even further. It's something that I haven't seen many talk about, and that's on top of the already changing climate, making it worse. Yeah, mostly shitty pines, exactly, plants. Just the quickest growing shit. Softwoods, like a lot of times they even do. Which, of course, if you don't know, softwoods have a very shallow root base. NATO destroyed Libya in 2011. Yep. The quickest way, of course, you can tell is needles versus leaves. Yeah, they grow like a bundle of tinder, and like I said, they plant them way too close together too. The main problem at the end of the day is the lack of diversity in the way they're planting them. If you look at DPRK, you look at China, these other places with reforestry programs, and they plant a diversity of trees in an area. Pinecone are the best tinder starter ever, true. For decades before 2011, the 6.5 million Libyan people had a functional government. They enjoyed the best standard of living of any African country, with free healthcare and widespread education support. The Libyan economy provided jobs for Libyans and for another million migrants from other countries further south in Africa. Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi invested much of the country's wealth into storing and providing water, promoting the most extensive underground aqueduct in the world, with 1,750 miles of pipelines. The NATO imperialists, however, consider Gaddafi a threat and an enemy, as they had since the Libyan leader disposed a puppet monarchy in 1969. NATO used the pretext of an internal opposition to open a war on Gaddafi's government. The war began on February 2011 with missile strikes from French jets. Soon, the US Air Force took the lead, carrying out regular bombing runs on bases in Italy to strike Libyan government targets. You're being... Okay. One of NATO's targets was a factory producing pipes to transport water underground. After NATO bombing wore down the government army, Gaddafi's internal enemies murdered him in August. Then, Secretary of State Hillary Rodham Clinton commented a month later, "We came, we saw, he died." CBS News, October 20th, 2011. In case you weren't aware how much of a monster she was. The US NATO crushing of Gaddafi-led government destroyed Libya as a stable, unified state, depleted its treasury, ushered in a long civil war that still has Libya divided in two, and created chaos through much of North Africa and the Sahel. Small terrorist groups from around the region obtained arms and threatened local governments. Referred to in the corporate media as jihadists, these groups were a pretext for military intervention, mainly by the French and US military. One can assume a functioning government of the type Gaddafi led, which had given priority to water supplies, would have at least maintained the dam structures, would have trained meteorologists predicting the dangerous weather, and would have had popular organizations prepared to evacuate the population. As our hearts go out to the victims of the unnatural disasters in Libya, Morocco, and Hawaii, we should be clear that the world capitalist system dominated by the G7 is the major contributor. In Libya particularly, US NATO aggression is the direct cause of the catastrophe. Plants. Yeah, so there you go. And we got one more here from the workers' world. Boston March, October 7th, to demand Indigenous Peoples Days now. United American Indians of New England and North American Indian Center of Boston and other organizations have called for a march and rally on October 7th to demand the Massachusetts legislature forever replace Columbus Day with Indigenous Peoples Day. You did not miss the thread, Red Falcon. This decades-long struggle of Indigenous peoples in Massachusetts, where the Pilgrims carried out first encounter land thefts and genocide, aims to overturn centuries of entrenched racist mythology wrapped up in the triumphalist federal holiday known as Columbus Day. Fuck Columbus. The 2017 murder of Heather Heyer in Charlottesville, Virginia, at the hands of fascists, and the police lynching of George Floyd on May 25, 2020, sparked a national wave of actions targeting racist icons, including Christopher Columbus. On June 10th, 2020, a statue of Christopher Columbus in Boston's North End was beheaded. And statues in Richmond, Virginia and St. Paul, Minnesota were similarly targeted. Indigenous organizers succeeded in winning Indigenous Peoples Day declarations in cities and states coast to coast, but not in Boston, where a 1675 law banning Native Americans from entering the city remained on the books until 2004. Jesus fucking Christ. By the way, I just wanted, because they were talking about the beheadings of the racist icons and statues and stuff, I did have a funny picture here. I'm just trying to find it. Here it is. We did that here we did that here as well. One of our heritage moments. That's the beheading of Cornwallis, by the way. Who, of course, was the famous murderer who came here and settled in Nova Scotia and paid for scalps of native people. Nice. You're one of your homies was part of the success effort to have President William McKinley statue removed in California. Fantastic. Here that thing got pulled the fuck down and beheaded. Past time to replace colonial myths. UAINE and NAICOB witnessed a signing of an executive order replacing Columbus Day in Boston with Indigenous Peoples Day in 2021. Oh, Yamo. Yeah, I know Yamo. We still follow each other on Facebook. Observing Indigenous Peoples Day is about replacing the colonial myths passed down from generation to generation with the true history of the land upon which our nation was founded, said Mayor Kim Janey. Not a nation, but anyway, Boston's first woman and first black mayor. Unfortunately, in 2022, it's a country, not a nation. The United States and Canada are countries, but if you're talking, it's especially important if you're talking from a Marxist-Leninist perspective that we recognize them are they're countries, but they're not nations. They're prison house of nations. Unfortunately, in 2022, incoming Democratic Mayor Michelle Wu bent to political pressure from racists and declared the day Italian Heritage Day, alongside Indigenous Peoples Day. Yeah, that's bullshit. Intransigent Massachusetts legislators continue to defend the Columbus myth, upholding IPD bills in committee year after year, despite persistent efforts by the Massachusetts Indigenous Legislature agenda and thousands of supporters across the state to get the bills passed. The state flag, which depicts a white arm brandishing a sword above an indigenous man's head, still flies 3 years after the legislature voted to change it. Matawan Monroe, co-creator of UAINE, Lakota, and lead organizer for Indigenous Peoples Day of Massachusetts, said, "We call on the Massachusetts State Legislature to step up now and pass our statewide Indigenous Peoples Day bill, and our other legislation currently before them, including bills to ban Native American team mascots, to provide for Indigenous curriculum content in public schools, to protect sacred Native American heritage, and to improve educational outcomes for Indigenous students." Indigenous Peoples Day, ma.org. Indigenous Peoples Day action targets Faneuil Hall. For many years, Indigenous Peoples Day supporters have joined Reverend Kevin Peterson and the New Democracy Coalition in their movement to rename Faneuil Hall, one of Boston's most popular tourist traps. Faneuil Hall's namesake, Faneuil, was one of Boston's wealthiest settler capitalists who perfected for profit the buying and selling of enslaved black and indigenous persons. Many in Boston's black and indigenous communities have joined Reverend Peterson in speaking out and protesting at the very site where Faneuil conducted his despicable auctions of hundreds of enslaved children, women, and men. This year's Indigenous Peoples Day March plans to again encircle and rally at that site, typically thronged with thousands of tourists, before marching to the waterfront Christopher Columbus Park to demand immediate name change there as well. Monroe said, quote, "In a city and country that largely erases Indigenous people, Indigenous Peoples Day is a day to learn about and celebrate Indigenous history and contemporary Indigenous peoples and cultures. It should be only a first step for Boston to begin to build relationships with Indigenous peoples and begin to address the many injustices faced by us here and elsewhere. It is time for us to stop being ignored and erased." Unquote. There's our workers' world for today. Thoughts, comments? The colonial LARPing here is so strong. Oh, yes, it is. And it gets ever more flailing as they're at the end, like is comes all the more inevitably closer. Essentially, it's like the imperialist death throes. I do love how insecure it makes folks when land back comes up. Yeah, especially when they start crying about how like it's gonna make new to cope about how like it's gonna make new bourgeois states or make new imperialist states or something like this is like the strongest cope ever. It's like it's just like it's the European cope of thinking that everybody will essentially do all the same things that the Europeans did. because of course. Here we go. I got a good Chavez quote for you all. From Hugo Chavez here. Christopher Columbus was the head of an invasion that produced not a killing but a genocide. 90 million Aborigines lived on this land. 200 years later, 3 million were left. What was that? Genocide. I'm not big on asking our oppressor for mercy, appealing to the humanity of an inherently inhumane system, and, at least for now, people is a waste of effort. Just vandalize that shit. I mean, yeah, I hear that. I could definitely hear that. Alright, we have a couple Pyongyang Times articles now to do. So we have Pyongyang Times here. These are a couple world articles first. So the world food crisis rouses international concern. Food crisis is getting more serious with each passing day. World Food Program, WFP, recently stated that about 345 million people have faced food shortages in 82 countries. It said that though the demand for food is growing, the available resources are limited, expressing concern over it. Last year, 310 million people were reportedly hit by food crisis in Africa. 6 million people suffered from extreme hunger. As the grain production drastically fell in Somalia due to natural disasters and for other reasons, about 6.6 million people suffered food shortages in late April. 39% of the population been driven into a position to receive emergency aid. An increasing number of people suffer malnutrition due to food shortages. At present, over 7 million children that suffer under 5 suffer malnutrition in the Horn of Africa, where 23 million people experience food shortages. 1.9 million of them are in the jaws of death. Oh God, social. Welcome, comrade. UNICEF, which is a garbage organization, by the way, but said that the number of pregnant women and nursing mothers suffering malnutrition increased from 5.5 million to 6.9 million between 2020 and 2022 in 12 countries, including Afghanistan and Ethiopia. At least 1.5 million children suffer from malnutrition due to food shortage in several regions of Pakistan, hit by flash flood in the rainy season of last year. In particular, extreme weather conditions like heat, drought, heavy rain, and flood swept almost all parts of the world, including China, India, Europe, Africa, North America, and Australia, posing a grave threat to the global agricultural production. To cope with the situation, many countries ban or restrict food export. This is also a factor that further aggravates the food crisis. According to the International Food Policy Institute, the number of countries which announce restrictions on food export has increased from 3 to 16 in a little over a year. Public opinion warns that such situations will adversely affect food security in many countries and regions, including African countries. Meanwhile, armed conflicts raging in different parts of the world also seriously hamper food production and export. Long-running disputes in Sudan, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Somalia, Yemen, and many other countries in Africa and the Middle East lead to a decrease in agricultural production in these countries, and military confrontation in Europe has created an obstacle to global wheat production and export. The situation is getting more serious due to the growing moves of the impure forces to abuse the food problem and to serve their interests. To cite a few examples, the US and its followers were bitterly criticized for having reduced the capacity of many countries to respond to food crisis through unilateral sanctions moves at the 52nd UN Human Rights Council meeting, and the Russian president said that the food situation in Africa has worsened due to the trickery of the US and the West. The global food crisis, whose prospects for solution are becoming bleaker with the passage of time, urgently demands all countries make more positive efforts to attain self-sufficiency in food. Hey, Lesbian Hot Sauce. Welcome, comrade. Shout out to Lesbian Hot Sauce if any mods are in here that can do it, please. And thank you. Another one from Pyongyang Times here. This is from the opinion section. Japan's military provocation for invading Korea in 1875. On September 20th, 1875, the Japanese imperialists committed a military provocation with their warship Onyo, intruding into Korean waters. Yay! Thank you, comrade. Good job, Red Falcon. Please go follow Lesbian Hot Sauce there if you don't already. Oh yes, of course. Sorry. I should remember to do that each time. I'm bad at that. The Onyo incident was a premeditated move of Japan to invent an excuse for armed invasion on Korea. After the Meiji Restoration of the mid-19th century, the Korean policy reinforced by Japan was the one of policy for conquest of Korea. The diplomacy which was pursued under the pretext of restoring diplomatical relations between Korea and Japan was aimed at imposing diplomatic pressure on Korea to force an unequal and subordinate treaty on it. It was also aimed at making preparations for armed invasion when the opportunity was ripe, while detecting internal affairs of Korea and committing subversive and trickery moves against it. Accordingly, Japan frequently dispatched aggressor vessels to the southeastern coast of Korea to perpetuate espionage acts and to show off its military muscles. The Onyo illegally intruded into the waters of the Pusan on May 1875 on the pretext of firing drill, and also trespassed on the Korean waters in September that year on the pretext of passage survey. Good morning, Unicorn Dragon. Hope you're well today. The intrusions were aimed at making an excuse for forcing an unequal treaty on Korea. September 19th, the ship illegally entered the waters off Kongha Island to recontrite waterways, and so on in the Walmi Island, and the following day it approached Chonjin Battery, an important military fortress on the west coast of Korea. As Korean soldiers took a self-defensive measure, the Japanese aggressors fired guns as if they waited for it. They attacked Hangsan and Yeojong Islands, which had poor defense installations, killing many innocent residents there, and destroying and plundering the islands. But in the end, they were driven out by the Korean soldiers. This is the Onya incident provoked by Japan. It was Japan's planned military operations for translating the theory of the conquest of Korea into practice. It is evidenced by the statements of Japan bigwigs and what Japan did after the incident. A Japanese army general said, in September 1875, the captain of the Onyo received from the Japanese Naval Department secret instructions to carry out a demonstration against Korea on the plea of surveying the sea route from the Korean coast to a place of the Qing dynasty. After the incident, Japan made more desperate attempt to conquer Korea by dint of force. Shifted all the blames for the incident on the Korean feudal government in order to cover up the criminal truth of the incident. And it resorted to military threat and blackmail in order to exact an apology and reparations from the latter. In November 1875, Japan set a policy of peace negotiation diplomacy, a variety of the policy of diplomacy for the conquest of Korea, and hatched a plot to force a subordinate treaty of amity and commerce on the Korean feudal government. The incident was the prelude to Japan's armed invasion of Korea. In February 1876, Japan threatened the Korean feudal government by dint of guns and warships to fabricate the heinous Panghua-do Treaty. Afterwards, it cooked up the Ulsa 5-Point Treaty in 1905 and the Jongmi 7-Point Treaty in 1907 and the Korea-Japan Annexation Treaty in 1910, thus turning Korea into its complete colony. The Korean people suffered untold suffering, misfortunes, and disasters under the 40-odd-year-long fascist military rule by Japanese imperialists. Japan is an assailant which inflicted enormous damages on the Koreans. It is the legal and moral duty and demand of international law for the assailant to make an apology and reparation to the victim. Therefore, Japan should make an apology and reparation to the Korean nation. Pyongyang Times. No, I think it was something like an ironclad because they did fire guns at it. Like Korea said, they took defensive measures and Japan fired back immediately. They were trying to move the ship back and instead they started firing back right away. So probably something similar to what the U.S. showed up with the USS Sherman shortly before that. I'm sure we could look up the actual boat and maybe see what it was. The Unyo incident. It was armed to some degree, that's what we know. Then we got a couple local articles here. Pyongyang Musical Instrument Show opens. It was a Japanese carrier? Okay, interesting. It's crazy that only this level of hardware could be used to scope a city. I'm presuming a full invasion force was very different though. Yeah, well, I mean that's what they were getting ready for, right? They were hoping to set up there and be able to basically get complete inside information and then be able to evade entirely when the time was ripe. The 11th Pyongyang Musical Instruments Exhibition opened at the Pyongyang International House of Culture. Nice. So if it was a carrier, it was probably well manned and armed. On display, there are more than 1,120 musical instruments, parts and consumables of 38 kinds made by the Pyongyang Musical Instruments Factory, Pyongyang National Musical Instruments Factory, and others. Present at the opening ceremony on September 18th were officials concerned and official researchers and makers of the musical instrument production units and others. Pak Kyung-chol, Vice Minister of Culture, made an opening address. He expressed belief that the exhibition would provide firm foundation for the development of the musical instrument industry, serve as an occasion for giving the people optimism about the rosier future. At the end of the ceremony, the participants looked around the exhibit. During the exhibition, there will be a presentation of experience in the production of musical instruments, information of science and technology, concerts, and other various cultural events. Based. Pyongyang Times. So these are instruments produced by their factories there. Yeah, I would like to go too, just particularly to Korea. And here we have our comrade General Secretary Kim Jong-un arrives back in Pyongyang. Gotta remember to start doing that. Kim Jong-un, General Secretary of the Workers' Party of Korea and President of the State Affairs of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, arrived in the capital city of Pyongyang by his private train on Tuesday evening. Pyongyang railway station was turned into a veritable sea of flowers, carrying the ardent passion of all the people across the country who had eagerly waited for the day when he would return home in good health from the foreign tour. Present at the station to greet him were Kim Tak-hun, Jo Young-won, and Ko Young-hae, members of the Presidium of the Political Bureau of the WPK Central Committee, and other senior officials of the party, the government, and the military. The Guard of Honor for the Korean People's Army lined up there. When the private train of Kim Jong-un entered the yard of the station, amid the welcoming music, the people at the station broke into their ardent cheers of hurrah, with their deep yearning. Kim Jong-un got off the train and sent warm greetings to the cheering crowds. The crowd warmly greeted him, who wished the people well-being and success in their work when he crossed the border for his foreign visit, and extended first greetings to the people at dawn when he returned home. There was a ceremony of greeting the respected comrade Kim Jong-un. Kim Jong-un reviewed the KPA Guard of Honor. Boy and girl presented fragrant bouquets to him, and leading officials of the party, the government, and the military extended warm congratulations to him, who returned home in good health after conducting the immortal external revolutionary activities. To be recorded forever in the history of the development of the DPRK-Russia friendship, reflecting the unanimous desire of all the people of the KPA men and officers. Kim Jong-un exchanged greetings with them and warmly waved his hands to acknowledge the enthusiastically cheering citizens, KCNA. And by the way, the whole reason for his trip, if you aren't familiar by now, the reason for his trip to Russia was to work on a joint space program. They want to build specifically not satellites necessarily themselves, but satellite launching vehicles. So, Comrade Kim Jong-un is home. And by the way, before we finish this, I got one more news article we'll do, and then we'll do another song. For All Mankind TV show arc. Perfect. That'll be the best season of it. Oh, wait, this is the wrong thing. That's next.
I am Maura Meltzer-Cohen. Jennifer Jones and I are but two of the many, many attorneys who have been moved to take on Mr. Peltier's cause and to advance it. We bring you his message today. Relatives, 47 years.
Oh yeah, 100% unicorn.
They have me, but they cannot contain we. We are a unified Ayate. 47 years, we have only just begun. Your presence is a gift this 79th birthday. In you, I plant a seed. Rise up, sovereign nations and all peoples. I never thought our struggle would get this far, but here we are, winning. In 1976, I was protecting people from being murdered. Over 60 murders never investigated, the FBI supplying the weapons and ammunition, mass sterilizations, our children kidnapped, our language forbidden, uranium mining on our reservations, disrespecting the land, forever poisoning the waters with cancers. This is genocide. I stood in their way. The government spent millions to convict me. It shows you the value of a freedom fighter. Just like they tried to buy the Black Hills, they tried to buy me too. Even the International Criminal Court has noted the injustice of my case. Everything has been done to break my spirit, but every time I have been called upon by my people, I serve them, body, heart, and spirit. It must be done. Resistance is power. I have never given up, and I won't start now. Brothers, sisters, and two-spirit relatives, bars, barbed wire, and beatings can never defeat justice. Today, you have won. When I see the gleam in our babies' eyes, I remember that we are winning. In the defense of the land, we are winning. In the protection of the waters, the womb of Mother Earth, we are winning. To protect our sacred ritual, we are winning. Here we are, outside of a house for all the people, built on stolen land with stolen labor. It is time to look at what took place here on this soil, on this land. Do not turn back. The spirit of history is on our side, and we are winning. Thank you for your support and solidarity. Today, I am 79. In 2024, 80 years, no fears, my dears. In the spirit of Crazy Horse, Leonard Peltier.
That's a letter from Leonard Peltier, who's one of the been a long-serving political prisoner for being falsely convicted of murdering 2 FBI agents when it's been proven that he was nowhere in the area when these 2 FBI agents were murdered. He's a First Nations political prisoner. He was a former vice president pick for PSL, as Comrade Katrina just mentioned here. But more than that, he was part of the AIM movement, and he was, again, this target of political persecution. He's been left to rot in jail. That's a letter from him there now on his 79th birthday. Still fighting, and everybody's still fighting to free him. Actually, we're going to listen to a song in a second. We're going to listen to a song right quick, okay? Just before we get to this song, we're going to listen to one more. We're going to listen to a different one first. I know it's a different nation, but it works all the same. Yeah. Totally criminal persecution of Leonard Peltier. Innocent man who's been proven innocent, who they've held now for decades and decades.
Give me the manage, don't delio no thing, nigga much good, my we done it. Give me the manage, don't what a big soul thing, nigga much good. Abahon madultinet, abahon madultinet, dan gisuk eliga haluk sigu ulau sik amo.
What the video freedom is exactly about that? Yeah. I have comrades who are in AIM, Lenin. Lots of comrades who are in AIM. Yeah, those FBI's get shot with friendly fire. They know because they dismissed 2 of the 3 people charged on the basis that bullets were fired from behind and wouldn't let Peltier use that in his defense. Yeah. Family lived this shit. The cousins and AIM. I have had cousins and uncles, like. an F and I do. But I actually have a really good quote on that.
Get me the damage, Tom Delio no king, nigga much good, Maui done it. Get me the damage, Tom Weatherbeck so king, nigga much good. Abahon madutinet, abahon madutinet, dan gisok eliga haluk sigo, ulang fit amo, we aheu, we o we ha ya ya, we o he o he ha ya, we o he ha ya ya, we o he ha ya, we o. Stood Maui Danage. Give me dead minute, done what I beg so dear. Nigga much stood, abahon madutinet. Abahon madutinet, dan gisul teliga haluk sigo. Love fit amo, we a heu, we yo we ha ya ya, we yo hey yo hey ha ya, we yo hey ha ya ya, we yo hey ha ya, we yo hey ha ya, we yo hey ha ya ya, we yo hey ha ya hey yo, we yo we ha.
To learn and actually like make a contribution, of course. Well, I always encourage like people, of course, to support Chunkaluda and other networks as well. Okay, before I do this one that Lenin sent, Lenin's special, so we'll do this one from him as well. I just wanted to show you this unicorn. I love this quote. I read it often, I know, but it's so good. We are to live for a long time, working for the revolution. We must live optimistically, with confidence in victory. Because I believe that the people's cause will triumph without fail. Do not feel pessimistic in and out of work. I have lived and am still living cheerfully, with a firm conviction that there will be a way out, even if the sky falls in, and with an unshakable confidence in victory. Oh yeah, I got a meme for that too, Mag, and welcome in, by the way, comrade. This one. This one right here. Here you go. You're thinking of this. Settler politicians reciting a land acknowledgement before doing a colonialism. Yeah, we did it. We ended it. It's just like, oh my god. Do you remember what was it? Was it during the murdering of was it during the murder or of George Floyd or what? Remember when all the liberals like dressed up in the African attire? Was it during that or was that like for something different? I can never remember because they do all this performative shit all the time. But I just remember that and they all like got down on one knee. That was it? Yeah, that was like what the fuck is happening? Yeah, Pelosi and all of them, they like bent down on one knee, dressed all up in like African attire. Australia fucking woke me and my silly whiteness up. My parents lived there for a bit. Darwin is the most racist place. Oh, really? That's terrible. Yeah, they're dressed in the kente cloth. Exactly. Yeah, yeah. It was so. It was like, are they really doing this? This is what they're doing now. Racist, rape, doing essentially cultural appropriation. This is how they're paying respects. Good job. All right, Lenin said this for us. They should all be fragged and doomed. Yeah, God. Song for us here.
We high, high, higher. 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 We high, high.
Yeah, it can be hurt, Jeff. That's for sure. With some. Same pension.
Saying don't believe those lies. Oh, they'll teach you lies. We high, high, high. We high.
don't really know Krieger Steel. White supremacist, that's it. This is George Paul. Falcon. Let it also fill you with optimism about what will be unleashed, social henchman. That should be the other side. You've got to remember to think about it. You like that, comrades? The George Paul, he's got some great stuff. Okay, I got one more song we'll do, and then actually no, we'll do this first and then the song to cleanse the palate again. I think that's a better one. What is this? Cool, just wait, we'll check this one out. We'll do this one out in a second too. First I want to do this. Actually no, let's hear this first. Okay, and then we'll do. Bird Falcon, leave me that name in Discord. Private message me that one. So we'll do this song, and then I'll get to the Twitter nonsense here. And then I got a song to cleanse the palate after the Twitter nonsense. NTC, leave me that one in Discord too. I wanna get a playlist going. You're Rocky. Nuna Nina is who claims. Official VHS tape. No, I have not, Falcon. I hear you, Just. I hear you. I'm trying to dance it out. Trying to work it out of me that way. All right, make Lincoln in Discord NTC. Okay, cool, sweet. That was fantastic. Thank you, Lesbian Hot Sauce, for sharing that with the community. that was great. Thank you very much. That was an absolute banger. All right, we got a bit of Twitter cringe, okay, and then we'll cleanse the palate, and then we've got some mega cringe, and then we'll cleanse the palate. I think that sounds like a good way to go about this. So first, the Twitter cringe. I don't know if I mentioned this on stream already, but I just noticed this here. The way that he's like this Shinju introducing the word malformoid to a wider audience. Look who he's talking to here. A malformoid is one who turned his back against humanity so much that he physically loses semblance of a human being and begins looking like a spiteful mutant. And he names Klaus Schwab, who, okay, whatever, but just the language before he names an individual is the most important part of this. Like, can you imagine saying this? Like, so now you're coming for just physical appearance of people now, instead of actually like analyzing their, their interests, their ideology, and what they're actually struggling towards, right? Sure, that makes sense. Yeah, and this is what I was saying, right? Like, here's my idea for eugenics program, the ideological justification and language we should learn to go along with it. Also, race essentialism or some shit. Yeah, exactly, right? Dehumanizing people. Yeah, that always ends up, right? because here's important to realize, and this is what this is how you can tell, like, they're like, remember what we always say, like, love for the revolution, right, is well, the aim of revolution is to bring love for the people into bloom, right? That's a Comrade Kim Jong-il quote right there. Okay, and you know what's funny? Like, if you went to DPRK today, or Cuba, or any other country right now who's fighting against U.S. imperialism, especially socialist countries, namely socialist countries, if you go to DPRK, for example, and say, how do you feel about people in the USA? They'll say, like, we hate U.S. imperialists. We don't hate average USA workers and shit. Like, they'll be even more trusting of them than the people who are actually struggling against these reactionary workers. Right? It's just like what we were reading about in the Stalin book, actually, yesterday. About how the German prisoners in the US and the European side were treated much more inhumanely than the German prisoners in the USSR side. Despite the, I mean, as I said, probably in your history books, you have read the complete opposite, and that Germans were indeed fleeing to the Western side because they would get better treatment. When really the West starved them, they treated their prisoners of war much more inhumanely, and this was fucking noted by communist parties all over the world, Like, they literally, remember, for a while, Churchill, I think it was, wanted to castrate all of German men, and that he felt that would deal with the Germans once and for all. That's the attitude difference, right? And this is kind of like, so is this more reflective of someone like Kim Jong-un and DPRK in Cuba, or is this more reflective of, well, that other thing that we talked about yesterday, fascism? Like, that's the thing about the whole PATSOK name. I hate the PATSOK name because they're just fascists using leftist language, which fascists like to do all the fucking time. It's an age-old tactic of fascists. Even the idea of them using the term patriotic socialist, right? Is that itself is an old term. So why the hell are we going to refer to them with their own language? Patriotic socialist is like if we were in Nazi Germany at the time and we were referring to the Nazis as National Socialists. No, if we were communists, we'd be like, these are fascist Nazis. These are right-wing Nazis. Have them nothing to do with socialists. And that's why, in fact, Hitler had to give a speech and be like, well, we're socialists, but we're not the Marxist kind of socialists, right? That's the whole reason he had to try and do this and create this whole, this false working class language to try and at least garner some type of support. Yeah, they aren't fooling anyone but kids, I hope. I mean, they're all, but I mean, look, here you got, how many streamers have I seen, platform these? Brian, for example. And again, like I was saying yesterday, Danny has never came out and said anything about distancing himself from Xinju here. So, just like, what the fuck? I mean, what is the channel? CGTN USA is completely infected by them. To be real. Anyway, enough with them jokers. I mean, a cult-like movement had to alter the definitions of established terms to brainwash their cult members. Yeah. New form of Korean public execution just dropped, everyone. In Yeonmi's Park's latest interview, she claims Kim Jong-un puts people in hot metal boxes where they dry to death. A method known as hotboxing. She says she witnessed her friend's mom being hotboxed. She left DPRK when she was 14. Okay? She left DPRK when she was 14. Where do all these new experiences keep fucking coming from? Where she's watching her friend now be hotboxed, even though it's a new... Even though she claims like it's a new like form that Kim Jong-un uses. It's like she learned about hotboxing in the US that people do, and she's like, oh yeah, well, in North Korea though, a hotbox is when they put you in a metal box and you dry to death. They dry you to death. Dry you to death. Oh my god, it's too fucking funny. Yo, fuck this, let's hotbox the Oval Office. Even bullets are too precious to use on his own people. We use something called hotboxing. That's what Kim Jong-un takes you into the back room and lights a big fucking blunt. You're like, Comrade, please! Please! That's what happens. You're at the party meeting, they're like, Comrade Larry, I sentence you to 2 hours of hotboxing. You go in the back room. They take you there in this little tiny room, and Kim Jong-un lights his fat joint and just starts smoking it. Clouding up the room, you're like, no, please, please let me out. This is torture. Oh, wait, I'm kind of liking it now. That's hotboxing. She is just fucking rich now. Oh, she has nothing to do with feminism. She's like, she writes intros for Jordan Peterson, and who else did she write an intro for? Someone else too, but she works directly with like Jordan Peterson. And again, as I always mention on this channel, if you want to like know a good reason why all these defector lies are always so prevalent, just look up loyal citizens of Pyongyang in Seoul. You actually just have to look up this. And this does a really good job of actually tracing where the money comes from for this whole defector testimony industry, and also highlights various practices of it, such as actual concentration camps, until defectors from the South agree to never talk friendly about the DPRK and denounce their former leaders. And ones who don't are subject to NAS laws. By the way, we're actually, something funny about that is like, you know, Squid Game, for example, which is a very popular South Korean show. A lot of people in the West did watch Squid Game. And did you know that, like, the reason why in one of the parts they sort of imply, one of the girls implies it was better in DPRK without actually coming right out and saying it. The reason being is because they can't be too overt in the South Korean media about being friendly towards DPRK, or literally the creator of that show could face NIS laws. Hotboxing was what got my younger brother smoking cannabis, because his friends would always hotbox around him, and he'd get his contact highs, and one day he'd say, fuck it, I'm smoking this time, and he never turned back. See? And that's what happens. That's what Kim Jong-un does. And before you know it, the whole population is addicted to weeds. And that's how that's what they use to control you, and then that gives you the strength to push the trains. Figured it out. Figured out the secret to DPRK. Now the next thing we gotta figure out is the necromancy thing. How do they bring people back to life? That's what we gotta figure out next. do have a because you know DPRK is pretty good at bringing people back to life. In case you don't know, extremely good at bringing people back to life. We need this technology. The sanctions on DPRK is really just to keep their necromantic medical skills from actually getting out. I'm getting that Nicki Minaj cousin's friend's balls vibe from that friend's mom comment. What? Now I gotta scroll up. Friend's mom My god, I must have missed it, for fuck's sakes. Look at this. Executed North Korean pop star back from the dead and by Kim Jong-un's side. Top North Korean official reappears days after purge. North Korean general reported executed appears alive. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un poisoned his aunt. Kim Jong-un is still alive, says South Korean intelligence. Kim Jong-un's aunt makes an appearance after being presumed dead for the past 6 years. North Korea executes army chiefs of staff. And, oh, he's back right here. Yeah, so this is constantly the reporting that you get on DPRK, which is why I say look at where the funding for the whole defector testimony industry comes from. And by the way, if you doubt what I was saying about earlier, look, see? Look at these poor chaps. Do you see? Kim Jong-un hotboxed them, and now they're addicted to the weeds. What do you think about that, comrades? Okay? These poor comrades were hotboxed, and now they've never been the same. Oh, somebody bring North Korea, please. Yeah, remember when that uncle was fed to the dogs? Or the piranhas? Do you remember the piranhas story? Did you know piranhas don't, like, it would be so hard to have piranhas eat a person. They generally don't do that. You'd have to, like, keep this perpetual school of very, very hungry piranhas. Like, oh my god, we're getting into like Dr. Evil level bullshit. Yeah, this is what actually happens when they hotbox you in DPRK. And then you're addicted to the pots. And your loyalty comes from your one source for the pots, the Workers' Party of Korea. That's how they do it. That's how they do it, comrades. It's actually just that Kim Jong-un is the only weed dealer in town. Oh no, wait, it grows wild there. Never mind, I'm mistaken. Yeah, DPRK has never went in for piranhas. Few people do know this. And actually, like, I believe they did an export, right? Piranhas to Aristotska. Didn't they? Export piranhas to Aristotska, and that was, of course, used in many heinous crimes in Aristotska, let's not forget. The poor people struggling in Aristotska. Hey Ninja Can, welcome. Also, Baldwin's Ghost, welcome in. First time chatter. Yeah, right? That's what it looks like he's about to do, too. He's like, look, we're smoking this, and this guy's like, I smoked twice that size last night. That's sort of the look he feels like he's get going here. Look, we got more. Kim's envoy executed after collapse of summit with Trump. North Korea's executed and purged top nuclear negotiators. North Korea executes envoy to failed U.S. media summit. Just visitor concert at Long Kim's Chang'an. That look on his face is perfect. He's like, still here, bitches. I love it. I love it. We've also heard some racist things lately, by the way, about how like DPRK doesn't allow like whites to have like multinational, multiracial people. Oh yeah, look at this. Look. Sorry, look. This is Kim's envoy, executed for his collapse of the summit with Trump. North Korea executed and purged top nuclear negotiators. North Korea executes envoy to failed U.S. summit media. Look at him. This is when he appeared alongside the concert. He's like, yo, it's me. Now what you got to say? Of course, DPRK actually just doesn't give a fuck. The other thing we've been seeing, Red Falcon encountered this directly, by the way, is people believing this absolute nonsense that DPRK is like a ethno-state or some shit like this, which is pushed by Japan and the West. And in fact, this person who was claiming it was even linking what was supposed to be a KCNA article, but didn't actually go to the KCNA website, but went to a Japanese website. As I mentioned yesterday, whenever we visit a DPRK website of like any kind, right? Oh, that's CGTN. When you visit a DPRK website of any kind, like Rodong Simam, for example, you notice the end is always .kp. Well, this person who was parroting, this communist who was parroting these racist lies about DPRK being an ethno-state, it's not, by the way, and how, like, only Korean people can become citizens and all this other shit is basically what they were parroting. So, I wanted to, I remembered about this comrade here, Ted Dresnok, who is a high-ranking official in their military and is a highly respected comrade. And as you can see, he sure as fuck doesn't look like many Koreans. His dad was American and his mom was Indonesian and Korean. Yeah, Japan talking about anywhere being an ethno-state is absolutely absurd, 100%. But yeah, here's Ted Dresnok. The one thing our father asked us to do was to become faithful workers that rendered devoted service to the dear leader Kim Jong-un, and to raise their children so they will follow and brighten that path. By the way, every Monday we do watch movies from socialist countries. Every second Monday it's from DPRK. So if you watch this channel enough, we will get to see Comrade Ted Dresnok appear in several movies.
The revolution that feeds the children gets my support.
Give me that other one to say that socialism doesn't work. I want to hear that one too. I feel like we haven't heard that one in a long time. And by the way, if you...
To say that socialism doesn't work is to overlook the fact that it did work, and it worked for hundreds of millions of people.
Yeah, oh yeah, I'm fully comfortable calling that article from BRG 100% fake until we actually see a source that's a .kp source. Because what's fishy is it says it was Rodong Simam that was the source. But yet the link is kcna.jp, again, a Japanese site, not the Korean sites. None of it makes sense to me. What they're using as evidence. And also this essential Juche works, which looks like, frankly, it was...
It's all for one motherfucker and one motherfucker for all motherfuckers everywhere, you know what I'm saying?
Communism is based...
Welcome, Comrade Haley.
I would have been friends with Stalin.
I love the sound bites. By the way, you know, if you go down further, comrades, if you're ever feeling nice and generous, if you just scroll down, I know you don't get to see my pretty face for a minute when you do that, but if you scroll down, I do have some good...
Big communists, big communists.
I do have some really good sound bites as well for bits. And for a generous 200 bits, You can play Burpa at any time. Oh shit! Razor just redeemed the Korg break. Well, damn. Nuna Oi had a good stream teaching how they counter reactionaries in Vietnam. I found it really helpful. Nice. We will be talking about that in regards to DPRK strategy in the future. And we can probably look at that at some point. And 420 redemption. Okay. Let's get the Korg out, comrades. And Lesbian Hot Sauce. Love you, comrade. Have a good one. No worries. Yeah, Luna's great. Okay, so as you know, when someone redeems the PayPal revolution! When someone redeems... Oh shit! Thank you so much for the fucking People's Revolution, Haley! 100 bits. Thanks for the biddies, comrade. Appreciate that. Support means a ton. Thank you. Whenever someone redeems the 2,000 labor vouchers for the Korg machine, we break this out. One day in the future, we'll have a better synthesizer setup. But right now, this is what we're working with. So, I'd like to... So, we're now going to jam for a little bit with our Korg machine here.
Let's go, Smokes.
Let's go, Smokes.
Oh, damn. Thank you so much, Haley. What the heck, comrade? That is amazing. Thank you, comrade. Very much appreciated. Sounds like NES music? There's nothing wrong with NES music, I hope, right? Let's switch it up then. Oh, hit the wrong one, sorry. Last loop. All right, one more. Great. Thank you for that redemption, Razor, right? Yeah, thank you very much, Razor, for the redemption. It's like Genesis did Mario Bros. If I plug this, by the way, if we plug this in, it would sound different. Maybe we'll do that next time. I'll see. What I'll do after the stream is I'll see if I plug this in, if I can get it to come up as a device. And if I can, then we can hear way more rich sound through it. That might be good. Instead of just, because right now, of course, I'm just playing it through this little tiny speaker right here. And speaking of what I was, by the way, what I was talking about a minute ago. Yep. It does NTCC. Here's your MIDI input right here. And then it also has a regular line in out as well right here. So whereas right here this can sync to other stuff as well. Just through using electronic pulses, or it can sync with the MIDI right here. This like I said, this is just like, this is what I had as part in the past as part of like a big setup. It was like I had this, I had a K oscillator, I had a Roland synthesizer. Hello, Gothib. Welcome. Gothib 420. Hello. Hope you're well today. That's why, again, I don't ever expect anything, of course, to come as this. I just did this for fun to show you what I would like to one day work towards. Which is, my goal is to one day get this right here. And then imagine the streams that we'll be able to have with this, or the music breaks we'll be able to have with this thing. Look. With the, it's got a keyboard layout, it's got all kinds of different effects and filters that you can add, and even has a patch cord zone. And then this is the K oscillator I just mentioned that I had. So this thing is sort of like a drum machine, almost similar to what I have here. Only it's got a big pad in the center, and you can use the centerpiece to do different effects and to set different timings. And then you can see you can save A, B, C, and D cycles and change between them. And then this, of course, can hook up with something like this and your synthesizer all into one MIDI piece. We're just rambling on, as I tend to do. And then on here as well, I put, this is a camera that one day I wonder if, did I show you all the wall that I have here? Look. This is our kitty wall right here. So I want to set up this camera on the other side of the kitty wall. And then when the cats are on here, it'll like follow them around and we can watch the kitties. I'll like turn it on where the comrades are there in the middle whenever the kitties are playing or whatever. Or lazing about even. And then the other one, this one is for the duck camera. Which, as I mentioned before on the stream, I do eventually want to get the duck camera. So we can turn it on and see the ducks out in the run. Oh yeah, the cats have all the bells and whistles. See, there's Tatai sleeping in it. That's your mascot. Little behind the scenes look at it when he's not, working the important work at Leaping Larry's here. This is what he's doing when he's all done his job at Leaping Larry's. Being, of course, the chairman of Leaping Larry's. And this is our Drake duck right now. This is Eddie. So one day we'll have a camera out here that we can just activate so you comrades can see them at any time. Say hi to Eddie. He's a pretty good boy. Now it's time for the cringe. So, he wonder if we see the tweet that he said yesterday. Probably not. God, the man tweets a lot. Here it is. Yeah, here it is. Okay. The CIA would have you believe that Leaping Larry holds the cats at gunpoint and makes them create content for the channel. I know because Yeonmi Park said so. I do have a Discord, yes. If you comrades are interested in joining our Discord, it's actually not just my Discord, but it's a fantastic community Discord. Just come click on the link there. You'll be brought to this website. Just click on the pulsating button right here. And when you come in, we just ask that you answer the 5 questions, let them know you're from the Leaping Larry stream. And then, yeah, you're in a fantastic community with myself as one of the recognized streamers, along with Valkyrie and Comrade Vivian. And we get just a great place to learn, to find other comrades to play video games with, and even to find tech support. Highly recommend comrades think about joining Red Star Vanguard. By the way, speaking of the chairman, anytime, wait. Let me fix the camera. There we go. It's the chairman. He's here. All right. He's here. Right, Ty? Tell everybody what's going on. Tell everybody the orders of the day. So yeah, look, this was BRG. This is what we were talking about yesterday here on the channel, where I mentioned about how BRG is showing this here, which when we look over the language, there's a couple red flags here. It says this is published in a DPRK newspaper. More weirdness at midnight. Now there's a couple red flags about this. There's the argument blah 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 for multinational, but the main thing that sticks out to me here is how it says all sectors of the South Korean people must boldly reject the anti-national schemes of the flunkiest traitors who toss aside our identity and racial character. But this isn't the way that DPRK uses the word flunkyism, generally speaking. So this speaks to me one of a few things, given the first red flag that I'm seeing here. Either this is proof that there is in fact dissenting opinions in DPRK and they can get their opinions on newspapers, or B, that this literally is not from DPRK at all. And the reason why I have one of these two suspicions is, first of all, again, the way they're using flunkiest here doesn't coincide with the way I've seen them use flunkiest in every other instance, which is that flunkyism means to copy what other socialist societies do. Doesn't mean to, like, submit to the US imperialist or something like this. So the way they're using flunkyism here literally makes no sense compared to how DPRK uses the word flunkyism. And then, furthermore, we have this book here, which we looked up yesterday, which is Essential Juche Works, not published from DPRK. It claims the author is Kim Jong-il, but if you actually look at it, it says that the publishing house... I'll look it up again. It says the publishing house here is Red Flame Press, okay? It looks like this is something that was like reprinted from various things from a Patsock or a fucking Knott's Bowl, if I'm being honest. That's all you're giving them, Ty? That's all you're giving them today? And so when you actually look at this also by Red Flame Press, there's literally no other works that this Red Flame Press has produced. And then as we look through the book itself also, and I couldn't help but notice that they linked a whole bunch of Kim Jong-il works in it, but then when it came to the one point of this multinational thing, for some reason, instead of linking Kim Jong-il, who I can show you has written about that, instead, they link quote-unquote newspaper. And now, here's where it gets really suspicious about this newspaper. You go to this Espresso Stalinist page here. It says DPRK on race. Let me know if this website is raising any red flags to you. Okay? And this person is linking it as some sort of proof of whatever. Now, here they go into the whole Rodong Simon centrist theory of multiracial society. So here it's claiming that Rodong Simon is the one saying this. And then here it's linking an article that claims to be from KCNA. Furthermore, we go to the source of this article. Social... Probably, yeah. So then when you come here, it gives you this Wayback Machine website, okay? Now there's a very prominent red flag that sticks out to me about this website. It's claiming to be publishing different KCNA articles here. And here is the one in question. Rodong Simam centrist theory. Why is it in... So it says that Rodong Simam ran this commentary. Okay, I just want to... Let's just see something. And I'll have my Korean comrades also look as well. But when you look at this website here, what's startling about this is it's kcna.co.jp, which absolutely should not be the case for a website in DPRK. Again, like, we can come here to DPRK's websites: Pyongyang Times, Rodong Simam, Ministry for Foreign Affairs, publications at DPRK, .kp, 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 .kp. Every single DPRK website is .kp, not JP. Anyone care to take a gander or a guess at what .jp might be? So let's see if we can bring up this kcna.jp. So now we also have, I'm going to look at this as well. So I'll have a Korean comrade search the Korean articles as well. But here's Rodong Simon right here. Let's look up these words. I'm just curious. Yeah, JP is Japan. So here I just looked up those words on Rodong Simam's previous articles, and nothing comes up here. When we go to kcna.co.jp, we get this. Which is where it claims this Wayback. This is what the Wayback Machine is saying, where this article is coming from. And if if this was from KCNA, then it would be on the Pyongyang Times news. So wait. And again, no data. So I'm suggesting, yeah, that BRG here is publishing this without actually knowing, is making these claims that this is published in a newspaper without actually knowing what they're talking about. And again, this book right here, as we just pointed out, not printed in DPRK. This contains a whole wealth of DPRK books published, and we can look up Juche, for example. Let's just see. We have some Juche works here. We have Man's Destiny and Juche Philosophy. We have Man's Destiny and Juche. We have Juche Idea, Answers to 100 Questions. A lot of Kim Jong-il works here on Juche Philosophy, of course. That's, of course, to be expected. He did kind of synthesize the philosophy. Again, still not seeing this book because this book is not published in DPRK. Even though it claims the author is Kim Jong-il. Again, it's this Red Flame Press, whatever the hell this is. Very sus. It's post-blocked? What? Oh. Wait, so is this? Look at the... You gotta give me more pixels than this, sir. Look, okay, so... But now... So given all that, you can see how there's a problem here. And clearly, if BRG would have done any investigation, he would have realized this himself. Right? What is this, a post for ants? So, and then he just comes on and says about the Korean Friendship Association formally announced their intention to respond to their video. Who the fuck cares about the Korean Friendship Association, honestly? We're talking about the DPRK specifically here. Now you're deflecting. And so, Comrade Red Falcon here, who you should all follow, by the way. Yeah, there you go. That's, by the way, that's the moral of this story right here, Meg. Meg kind of gave it away already. It's checking sources is crucial. And he just says about how the KFA are Nazis. One of their members literally has a swastika tattoo on his chest. That doesn't matter. Literally, this whole ridiculous movement is a cult. And again, whatever this means. And then, of course, he just points out, Comrade Falcon points out, no, I think your position on Juche is wrong. And you did extremely poor investigating on that fake news article that can only be found on a Japanese website posing as a DPRK newspaper. So I'm trying to assist you, if not being wrong again. Can't force you, though. I am on Blue Sky, yes. You really think I'm going to sit and read North Korean propaganda for hours or deeply investigate their ridiculous excuse for an ideology? You don't know me very well, friend. What the fuck? And you call yourself a Maoist? Right, Sam? Welcome, comrade. And of course, Falcon very understandably responds, you are correct. We have never met. But I don't know. I feel like Mao had something to say about speaking on things you have no actual knowledge on. I'm not a Maoist, though. That's your thing. And so he says, I know enough to know it's useless, racist, revisionist garbage from a Cold War relic that will probably collapse from its own internal contradictions by 2050. Not only is that a good record, but what the fuck are you saying? What is wrong with you? Like, that's a way to be, right? I thought Maoists are supposed to be third worldists or something. But then when it comes to DPRK, it's like spouting, well, I'll just spout a bunch of Orientalist crap. Because, you know, that's in vogue. That's the thing to do. Like, this was his response to, you haven't investigated. I know enough to know it's useless, racist, revisionist garbage from a Cold War relic that will probably collapse from its own internal contradictions. Prove it. Cite your fucking sources. Show me where it's racist, revisionist crap, please. Again, I can show you, we can go, like, a good source, even if we go to this blog right here. We can look up, we can look up the cleanest race bullshit and see the article right here. And what's good about this article here is he actually links some Kim Jong-il quotes here that are pretty good. For example, reactionary racism and national chauvinism, which were used by imperialists as ideological instruments of aggression and domination, have been rejected by progressive humanity. Our nation first idea, which is thoroughly opposed to reactionary racism, national chauvinism, and cosmopolitanism, not only values the good traits of different nations, but also respects the independence of other nations. And again, as pointed out here, the DPRK has a proud internationalist record. It has assisted many liberation struggles throughout the world, and it has given material assistance to countries, including Burkina Faso, Yemen, others. Foreign guests to DPRK always receive a warm welcome. And in the DPRK, there are non-Korean residents living there, especially Joe Dresnok. There are mixed race people in the DPRK as well. And Kim Jong-il strongly argued against any form of discrimination against mixed race people in the DPRK. Non-Koreans are permitted to obtain DPRK nationality through DPRK nationality law. I can't believe that Black Redguard let himself get slapped absolutely silly with this comment right here. No, you are correct. We have never met, but I feel like Mao had something to say about speaking on things you have no actual knowledge on. Something about no investigation, no right to speech, right? I have no idea, but apparently he streamed a whole, stream going after DPRK the other day. Like, what the fuck? What does he do that gives him the authority to claim that no other socialist states exist. Do you remember? I don't know if you all remember, but when the coups in Africa started to emerge, he actually was on the wrong side of that too, as far as I'm concerned. It was claiming that those coups were going to just lead to new capitalist societies, and he got such a bad backlash to it that he actually reneged on that position. Yeah, I mean, and I've encountered him as well, having some pretty bad takes on DPRK before, but this is just, I mean, this one really here just, it's the most Orientalist fucking crap, and again, all justified by him not doing the investigation and realizing that KCNA would not be linked to a Japanese fucking site, and that you can search these articles on their Rodong Simam, on their Pyongyang Times. We can literally have Korean comrades look this up for us as well. DPRK makes all its, like, almost, well, all of its publications that it publishes in English or Korean available right here on this website for you to read for free. There's books from other authors here, there's periodicals, and there's works from the leaders, which is, of course, works from the party in general. Yeah, that too, Baldwin's goes. I mean, that's just a silly old argument that we've heard constantly anyway, like First Nations people. Not only that, but I've even heard it extended out. Like in a recent argument that we got into, I've heard some people argue that not only were liberated First Nations societies lead to new capitalist societies, but they will continue to imperialize China. Liberated First Nations, that they had a coalition on Turtle Rock. Like, what are you talking about? This is like the most asinine shit. How could you have so little confidence in like revolutionary First Nations people who are fighting against colonialism? It's just, I was like, it made me feel right gross to read it. Not just the blocking, but just the like Orientalism that's steeped in that response is just bad. Cinnamon, no problem. We're all here to learn to be the best revolutionaries we can and not fall into crap. I mean, my thing is when you start to disalign with the communist movement so much that you're saying DPRK and Cuba and all these other places aren't socialist countries, when literally all 5 socialist countries agree that they're socialist countries. Doesn't that raise red flags for you? And that's what gets me about the people who are able to defend Cuba but not able to defend DPRK. It's like you realize like communist parties in like China, in Vietnam, in Cuba, they all defend DPRK and recognize it as a socialist country. So why are you disaligned with the rest of the communist movement? Do you know better? Maybe you're just misinformed. Just saying. And with that, to cleanse our palate of that bullshit, we're gonna listen to this. Exactly, Sam. It's just a complete thinking of the masses in the bourgeois way as animals. Exactly, NTC. And you know what's funny? At one time, I too started falling into the nonsense about China, and it was actually Juche philosophy which helped me realize that China is a big multinational country. And of course it's going to take a long time for it to establish a complete socialist system and move away from an NEP-like policy, because it has many nations in it, and all these nations have to voluntarily unite behind the Communist Party of China, sorry. and that the only way to have all these nations unite around the Communist Party of China is on a voluntary basis, by proving the superiority of the socialist system. And as it more and more reaches that point, the imperialists we see realize that they were wrong. It's not being overturned. It was developing towards socialism all along. It didn't take step backwards. And now they're scrambling because they realize that it's still developing socialism. It just blindsided them the way they did it. And also under siege. Exactly, Cinnamon. Speaking of that, Cinnamon. The audacity to claim reading is a waste of time. If reading is a waste of time, tell me what isn't. What's worthy of your time then? Yep. And you know what? I'm here, and that's why we're here to read to you as well.
Oh, don't you see, kid? You're being bamboozled. These capitalist fat cats are inflating the profit margin and reducing your total number of toys.
Thank you very much, Baldwin's Ghost, for the biddies. Very much appreciate that, comrade. Thank you. Thank you. There is a good Parenti quote, by the way, that I'm reminded of whenever I think about this. Let's see if I can find it right quick. Oh, I can find another good one right quick too. How about this one first? This is to warm you up. State socialism. The overlap is growing. Love to see it. Lenny and Larry's communities get closer. Oh, wait. State socialism, the system that did not work, provided everyone with some measure of security. Free market capitalism, the system that works, brought a free-falling economy, financial plunder, and deteriorating social conditions and mass suffering.
To say that socialism doesn't work is to overlook the fact that it did work, and it worked for hundreds of millions of people.
Perfect timing, Captain DPRK. Perfect timing. Now, look, when we're talking... Okay, I'm gonna hit you with a couple right now. How about that? How about that? Oh, shit. I can't help it. I'm sorry. I got excited. Just now. It is necessary... Sorry, that wasn't the one. This one. Left anti-communists remain stupendously unimpressed by the dramatic gains won by the masses of previously impoverished people under communism. Some were even scornful of such accomplishments. I recall how in Burlington, Vermont, in 1971, the noted anti-communist anarchist Murray Bookchin derisively referred to my concern for the poor little children who got fed under communism. His words.
The revolution that feeds the children gets my support.
Keep that in mind, Falcon. And then we also have this one here. Decentralized parochial autonomy, is the graveyard of insurgency, which may be one reason why there has never been a successful anarcho-syndicalist revolution. Ideally, it would be a fine thing to have only local, self-directed worker participation, with minimal bureaucracy, police, and military. This probably would be the development of socialism. Were socialism ever allowed to develop unhindered by counter-revolutionary subversion and attack? One might recall how, in 1918-20, 14 capitalist nations, including the United States, invaded Soviet Russia in a bloody but unsuccessful attempt to overthrow the revolutionary Bolshevik government. By the way, as we read in the Stalin work we're reading yesterday, they did this using a lot of anti-Semitic propaganda, saying that the Bolshevik government was a Jewish plot and all this other shit. This was in the US propaganda department. This is what they were churning out in your independent US media, which, as I remind you, is really just state capitalist media for the US. It's just the propaganda wing of the capitalist state. Just because it's owned by corporations, let's not forget that corporations are integral to the modern capitalist state. And then I got one more for you on Parenti by these pure socialists, because we're about to listen to one. The pure socialists had a vision of a new society that would create and be created by a new people, a society so transformed in its fundamentals as to leave little opportunity for wrongful acts, corruption, and criminal abuses of state power. There would be no bureaucracy or self-interested coteries, no ruthless conflicts or hurtful decisions. When the reality proves different and more difficult, some on the left proceed to condemn the real thing and announce that they feel betrayed by this or that revolution. Oh, damn, Lenin. So, with that in mind, listen to this bullshit.
Many other people who are here tonight are deeply indebted to your work. It's been absolutely essential in helping us cut through the kind of garbage that we're faced with every day when we try to figure out what's going on in the world.
Or dose of cringe for the day.
But I think there's also, if I can continue, I think there is also a problem in the analysis that I've seen in your works and that you presented tonight, in the sense that I think we can tend to lose the forest for the trees, that you present so many, astonishing details about what is wrong with the system and about what is wrong with the media, that we can tend to lose sight of what I think the really key question is, which is why is this control necessary in the first place? And I would submit at least that I think it's because there's I got a minute and a half, I swear to God it's no longer. It's because there's antagonistic interests involved. They didn't talk about milkmaids and dairy maids and spinsters and laborers in the 17th century for no reason. It was because they were the working class. And what we see today in this country, I think, is quite frankly, let's speak bluntly, a ruling class which tries to control a working class population. And that's what it's about, is holding on to that power. If that's the case, then it seems like to me the question that we face is how to organize to change that system, to challenge capitalism. And I think in that effort, you do a disservice to your listeners and to the people who respect your work when you equate Lenin with Stalinism as blithely as you did tonight.
Lenin? When you equate Lenin with Stalinism, I thought she was cooking there for a second, and then she went right off the rails at the end. Tune in to my streams, please, on Tuesdays and Thursdays, when we actually learn the truth about Stalin and the fucking crap that has been piled on his grave. Perfect, Sam. Perfect. Yeah. Tune in Tuesdays and Thursdays, because we actually learn the truth about Stalin on this channel. And that will be the prelude to us one day reading this. It's a big work, but we are going to read it, because the Stalin work, I think, is actually bigger. Yeah, oh yeah, much bigger. The one we're doing now is 130. So we're going to go like this. We're going to read the Stalin book, then we're going to do this book, and then we're going to do this book on the channel. Tuesdays and Thursdays. Stalin good, actually. Exactly. Now, let's continue, because it's about to get worse.
I say that, and I think it's also important to point out that that is an unquestioned assumption, and also an easier
this is a good reminder as to why you should discount Chomsky and even any works that he participates in. I'm sorry, VJ Prashad, but I'm not buying any books that you do with Chomsky. Simple as that. Fuck Chomsky.
The situation that you have outlined tonight, I think, is extremely serious, and I think it's important that we all take it seriously. What we're talking about is literally the fate of millions of lives around the world, particularly in the
Noam is a
international
limp.
politics
And again, no insult to Vijay Prashad personally, but I am not reading any fucking book that you do with Noam Chomsky.
But
Fuck
actually how
that.
to change it to end this stuff once and for all.
Well, I think you made it, yeah. I think, well, there's several questions there. One is about the discussion of the United States, and I think what I said is approximately what you said, except I didn't use some of that rhetoric. Which I don't think is particularly helpful to tell you the truth, either analytically or to understand or whatever, but it's the same picture. John Jay had it straight. The people who own the country ought to govern it, and the people who own the country have
Hire Sam, what?
now are a network
What do you mean?
of corporations and conglomerates and banks and so on. They ought to govern it, and the way they do it is by the methods we've described. Now, as far as the Soviet Union is concerned, I didn't happen to talk about it tonight, but I've written about this topic. I haven't just made the charge. I've written about it and explained why I think it's true. And it doesn't bother me if I happen to agree with the mainstream media on this. Trotsky, to pick somebody who you remember, once he was charged in the 1930s with agreeing with the fascists in his condemnation of the Soviet Union. And he pointed out that his critique was to be true. He didn't.
I'm sure it is.
Somebody else had
I can't do it.
Say it for different reasons. So the question is about the Soviet Union, and particularly about Lenin. So what was Leninism? Well, here we have to look at the facts. Now, you look at the facts. I think here's what you find. Lenin was a right-wing deviation of the socialist movement.
I'm just gonna let you sit on that for a minute. Oh my god. Holy crap. Welcome in, comrades. Jeez, thank you so much for the raid, Marcus, left flank vets. Someone give a shout out. I guess I have to do it. Welcome in. I'm a Mi'kmaq streamer here from up north. We do a lot of talking about politics on this channel, of course. Tuesdays and Thursdays we read theory. We're reading about the truth about Stalin right now. Tuesdays and Thursdays, so you won't want to miss that for sure. Make sure you tune into that. Hello, Cauldron of Bats. Hello, Remy Roses. Squirrels on Film. Altruism is imaginary. Welcome, welcome, comrades. Welcome to the home of the Juche gang. Dissident PM. On this channel, of course, we're militant communists. We defend the DPRK, we defend Stalin, we defend USSR. Part and parcel of that, we're actually reading our way through Stalin History and Critique of a Black Legend. I do a little bit of work over here at Iskra Books. So I encourage you all to check us out at Iskra Books as well, by the way. Hello, Alien HD. Welcome, comrade. Holy crap. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome. I usually don't call it follows. Okay, sorry. Thank you, Raiders. Thank you. Very much appreciate the raid, Marcus. That means a ton. And comrades from LFV. I will pretend. You've always been following Wilco. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
He's a communist. Oh, really? Yep. Big communist. Big communist. Oh.
On this channel, we incorporate communism. We incorporate land back. We incorporate some decolonial theory. I'd like to read to you about my own nation soon, the Mi'kmaq Nation. I'm here in in Nova Scotia, on the far east coast. I'm very north and very much to the east. By the way, I was actually just mentioning. I would have been friends with Stalin. True, I would have been. No lie there. I was just mentioning that right now we are reading this book right here, Stalin History and Critique of a Black Legend. This is Tuesdays and Thursdays. Right now, if you do feel like catching up to us, it would be a slog, but we're right now on page 245 on the PDF. And if you're ever in my channel, you can get a link to what we're reading like this. Mondays, we watch a socialist movie, and Wednesdays like today, we just sort of wing it. We were laughing at Chomsky here a second ago, so I'll rewind this. We'll do that in a second. So yeah, when we're done reading this Stalin book, we're also going to read Juche Philosophy, Kim Jong-il. So if you want to learn about Juche, you're in the right place, of course. I also do Juche lessons every day on the channel in the morning, and we're going to read that eventually too. Once we're done sweeping Stalin's grave clear of all the crap that has been shoveled on top of it, we will be doing that work as well. Yeah, if you happen to follow me on YouTube, some comrades might know me as Juche Gang. This is our journal that we put out here through Iskra Books, and you can catch some of my Juche lessons in these actually. Like here in the first two articles, or in the first two issues, sorry, and I should also be coming up in the newest one. You can find me right here, right in the back. This is where you'll find my Juche lessons with any of these journals. Check us out over at Iskra Books. We make all of our PDFs free, of course, because, you know, we're not here to make money. It's more of a passion project, and we want everybody to be able to do the reading. Again, Jesus Christ, I'm absolutely flustered from the raid. Thank you so much. Very much appreciate the raid. Of course, I can put my YouTube in chat. So, being as old school as I am, instead of having a link tree, I just have a document like this. I know. I know. But here you can find my Twitters right here. Okay, Red Appalachian, enjoy your shopping, comrade. Hope you all goes well with you. This is my Juche Gang tube right here. So this is my YouTube channel where I upload. I also upload the past streams here, but you can find things like my Juche lessons here. We also have some, like, there's a biography on Kim Jong-il. You know, have fun exploring there. And then my socials also include, like, I think you can access this even without Facebook, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. Hopefully I'm not. But, like, I also have Stalin Socialist Schoolhouse here, which is a great little source for articles. Talk about Malma on here. We have some George Jackson on here. Just some excerpts from some great fucking Blood in My Eye. Highly recommend this. By the way, I'll also mention that on Wednesdays and Fridays on this channel, you are bound to catch some Lushaba and some Malma speeches as well. We fucking love listening to decolonial talk from Comrade Lushaba. Also, I have saved a whole bunch of videos, like from YouTube being, you know, fascist and deleting channels and shit. So, like, I do have a bunch of videos.
The Russian guy, Stalin, I got that.
I love that. He's so quiet. Just wait.
What's that book I got? The Russian guy, Stalin, I got that.
You know, a fun fact about Tupac is a comrade of mine who was working in the CPUSA actually found Tupac's Communist Youth League card and scanned it. Yeah, my comrade who was working in the Communist Party USA chapter where he was found his fucking card and scanned it and put it online. It was like back in the Facebook days. I mean, that's why I have these channels, right? I did the same thing with DPRK. That's where you saw it? Yeah. See, he was like looking through the Communist Party USA archives. I mean, full disclosure, that's where a bunch of my comrades here at Iskra Books do work with the Communist Party USA, but we also have members who work with Indian Communist parties. We have members all over the world. But here on the Juche page here for my Facebook page as well, I saved a whole bunch of videos from being deleted. And there's one I highly recommend you comrades watch. It's called African Americans Journal to DPRK. And I think what you'll find surprising about it is it's a fucking PBS documentary that's literally like friendly and open about the DPRK. It was literally on public broadcasting service back in the day. You know, when PBS still aired good shows from time to time. I mean, somewhere the RCP has my ID card under my dead name. Oh, God. Katrina, is that the RCP in the... Are you in the US or are you in Canada? The RCP PCR. Because I made the mistake of once upon a time thinking I was going to join up with the RCP PCR. And then, like, I realized that the position on all existing socialist countries was that they don't exist. And I was like, yeah, this is a bit weird. I don't like this. It seems a bit too defeatist for me. Damn, this PBS special must be way down here. Maybe Tupac was murdered for being a communist. I mean, you know, Captain DPRK, there is like there it is. You comrades should check this out sometime. We'll watch it again on the channel one day. Very, very good DPRK video. Former Chairman Bob fan as a teen. We had a good laugh over at the group chat on Niscrub Books not long ago because we found this ad that Bob Avakian was posting around. Was posting around about the most revolutionary person you know is going to be live at this event. And our comrades posting was like, I bet you can't guess who this is. Everyone immediately knew it was Bob. Yeah, I have the whole version of that, Captain DPRK. It's the whole version of that. That's why I had to save it from YouTube, because it kept taking it down. I also have it just saved on my hard drive as well, but you can find it right there on my DPRK page right here. And then this is my meme page. And then there's the link to Iskra Books. All right, let's continue on with the cringe. You comrades, just so you know, full disclosure before I start this video back up. On this channel, we are firm supporters of Comrade Lenin. As you can see, he's right here. We're also firm supporters of Comrade Fanon. And we encourage communists to study people who wouldn't necessarily be considered strict Marxist-Leninists, like Comrade Fanon. I'd say communists today seriously understudy Fanon and Glenshon Couthard and Kwame Nkrumah and so many other writers, and sometimes we get a little bogged down too much in the classics, so hopefully we can change that with some Juche, with some Fanon, with some Glenshon Couthard, who, by the way, was inspired by Fanon. We just read Red Skin, White Masks, which is a play on a Fanon book called Black Skin, White Masks. Very good books about reconciliation. So, being militant supporters of Lenin that we are, check this out.
I, like I'm sure many other people who are here tonight, are deeply indebted to your work. It's been absolutely essential in helping us cut through the kind of garbage that we're faced with every day when we try to figure out what's going on in the world. But I think...
This is a roller coaster ride.
If I can continue, I think there is also a problem in the analysis that I've seen in your works and that you presented tonight, in the sense that I think we can tend to lose the forest for the trees, that you present so many, astonishing details about what is wrong with the system and about what is wrong with the media, that we can tend to lose sight of what I think the really key question is, which is, why is this control necessary in the first place? And I would submit, at least, that I think it's because there's I got a minute and a half, I swear to God it's no longer. It's because there's antagonistic vested interests involved. They didn't talk about milkmaids and whatever it was, dairy maids and spinsters and laborers in the 17th century for no reason. It was because they were the working class. And what we see today in this country, I think, is quite frankly, let's speak bluntly, a ruling class which tries to control a working class population. And that's what it's about, is holding on to that power. If that's the case, then it seems like to me the question that we face is how to organize to change that system, to challenge capitalism. And I think in that effort, you do a disservice to your listeners and to the people who respect your work when you equate Lenin with Stalinism as blithely as you did tonight. I say that, and I think it's also important to point out that that is an unquestioned assumption and also an easy applause getter we saw that you share with the mainstream media. And I think if it were actually that simple, the horrific kinds of measures that even bourgeois historians
You equate Leninism with Stalinism, and then of course she has to legitimate what she's saying by invoking bourgeois historians, right? Like, she was cooking right along, and then all of a sudden she had to fall for the whole equating Stalinism with Leninism thing. And if you don't know, that's a big red flag for a Trotsky position. Because what Trotskyists like to do is claim that they're Leninists, right? But they're not Stalinists. Leaving out, of course, that it was really like Stalin who in many ways synthesized Leninism. Like Lenin created it, but it wasn't Leninism until Stalin, right? Like, that's the fact of the matter. And in contrast to that, you have Trotsky trying to go, well, we're the Leninists. And if you check back on my videos where we read the Stalin History and Critique of a Black Legend, I think you'll realize what was wrong with Trotsky. And I'll just say briefly that Trotsky had a problem of being a chauvinist and believed that world revolution would come about by the superior European people forcing it on the colonial people. This is what he meant by permanent revolution and it all breaking out all at once. He didn't mean like the cartoonish way we portrayed in our memes where we say he wanted to have all the Lego sets and then build it and, you know, haha, that's funny. But really what he was saying was we can import and export revolution. And in fact, it is our just duty to do that and force revolution on all these other societies, especially to use Trotsky, he used like Asiatic in a racist term. He would say, in a derogatory term, he would say, like, we had to force it on these people. And one of his biggest problems with Stalin was that he was from a colonized nation in the USSR, or in the Russian Empire, rather, because he was Georgian. That was one of the biggest problems Trotsky had with Stalin. When you actually read his old works criticizing Stalin, that's all he talked about. Was how Stalin was of this lower nation and he couldn't possibly lead anything. Just saying, there's a reason that there's a Trotskyist to neoliberal pipeline. It's a real thing and there's a reason it exists.
Described as a counter-revolution.
Look, I just, again, full disclosure, I probably hate Trotskyists even more than most because, you know, when we had the First Nations mass graves being uncovered at the residential school system, at the school sites, they had a memorial to, you know, honor all these First Nations children who lost their lives. And for some reason, this is when Fight Back and Trotskyists decided it would be a good place to sell their newspapers. And from the perspective of First Nations people, it looks like, oh, here you have Trotskyists trying to teach us that this is where the oppression comes from, as if we don't already know it's from colonialism, imperialism, and fucking capitalism, right? So Trotskyists, for some reason, decided when everybody's sitting on the grass mourning First Nations children, that would be a good place to set up a fucking booth and sell their newspapers. Right there in the middle. I'll have to dig up the picture sometime and show you, but it was like that right there was like, that solidified that, like, wow. The reason for that made me sort of want to look into Trotsky more, and that's when I realized that, yeah, his ideas are very much based in this chauvinism, in this European chauvinism. He was from Ukraine, and he saw himself as a Western European. And of course, we constantly hear, by the way, before we continue the video, we constantly hear about how Lenin really wanted Trotsky to be the successor of the revolution or something, right? We hear that all the time, don't we? Well, this is a good quote right here from Lenin that I love. It's a response to Comrade Trotsky's thesis about the peasantry regarding the revolution, and also regarding what I was just talking about, and having secession for all the various republics of the emerging USSR. Lenin responds to Trotsky and says, Comrade Trotsky's theses have landed him in a mess. That part of them which is correct is not new, and, what is more, turns against him. That which is new is all wrong. There's one other really good burn on Trotsky here from Otto von Kruzman here. I'll let you sit with that Lenin one for a second. This is from a Finnish communist here, by the way. I love this quote even more. No one can understand Trotsky, who sees in him nothing more than an ordinary opportunist. Comrade Trotsky is not a one-handed man. He has a right hand and a left hand. We already had the opportunity of seeing him in two roles in his interpretation of the German October. And with Trotsky, this does not happen by accident. It is a general rule. In actual practice, he always represents two different types, so to speak. One type deviates to the right, the other to the left. A superficial observer might conclude that Comrade Trotsky facilitates constantly between these two types. But this only appears to be the case. Comrade Trotsky is not a facilitating man. He generally adopts a definite, but wrong, course. Everyone knew Trotsky was wrong, you see? A good Otto, yeah. He was like, this was a communist. You sent a Twitter DM to me? Oh, a Twitter DM. You're all over, you're all in my DMs in all different locations, aren't you? Oh god. Oh god. What the heck? Falcon just sent this to me here. New name for DSA, Democratic Social Fascists of America. He responds, I'd say most national level parties are either entirely settler colonial in character or too regionally disconnected to be judged on a national level. Some DSA chapters are very radical, others like the St. Louis and NYC are very liberal-brained and support US policing. Institutions. Basically every socialist party structure here in North America suffers from the same problem. I wouldn't expect much development out of them as long as they continue to rally around the idea of America or the US as a nation. 100%. On this channel, we do recognize that we are here in the US, or if you're here in Canada, we have to recognize that this is a settler colonial state. It's a country, but it's not a legitimate nation according to Marxist-Leninist definitions of a nation. Whether you're reading Stalin or Lenin, it simply doesn't fit. And that's why I constantly point out to comrades that here, for revolution, for socialism to be built, the very first thing that has to occur is an anti-colonial democratic revolution. A revolution for realizing democracy, first of all, which means a struggle against settler colonialism and a struggle for black liberation, struggle, of course, for LGBTQ plus liberation from the genocide that's going on. Yes, I saw that shout out from Lesbian Hot Sauce. Thank you, Lesbian Hot Sauce. Someone shout out Lesbian Hot Sauce bag. Alright, anyway, sorry for that little side ramble. I just felt like that was somewhat tangentially connected. Wanted to bring it up. Now, this is going to get worse, just to warn you.
Revolution under Stalin would not have been necessary if they were all the same to begin with. Now, in short, to sum up, the situation that you have outlined tonight, I think, is extremely serious, and I think it's important that we all take it seriously. What we're talking about is literally the fate of millions of lives around the world, particularly in the international politics that you described. That being the case, then I think we need a full and a serious and a fair discussion of various different alternatives, not just talking about the horrors of capitalism, but actually how to change it to end this stuff once and for all.
Well, I think you made it, yeah.
Yeah! I like the crowd's response to that.
I think, well, there's several questions there. One is about the discussion of the United States, and I think what I said is approximately what you said, except I didn't use some of that rhetoric. Which I don't think is particularly helpful to tell you the truth, either analytically or to understand or whatever, but it's the same picture. John Jay had it straight. The people who own the country ought to govern it, and the people who own the country have basically now are a network of corporations and conglomerates and banks and so on. They ought to govern it, and the way they do it is by the methods we've described.
No, they're the owners of those conglomerates.
I didn't happen to talk about it tonight, but I've written about this topic. I haven't just made the charge. I've written about it and explained why I think it's true. And it doesn't bother me if I happen to agree with the mainstream media on this. Trotsky, to pick somebody who you remember, once he was charged in the 1930s with agreeing with the fascists in his condemnation of the Soviet Union. And he pointed out that his critique was to be true. He wasn't going to abandon it if somebody else happened to say it for different reasons. So the question is about...
Just because I'm saying what the fascists are saying, I'm not going to abandon it. Just, by the way, as fascism was gearing up to fucking invade the USSR, and it wasn't a secret that the USSR was going to be invaded by Nazi Germany, by the way. Even though they made this non-aggression pact, like, let's not forget Mein Kampf. Literally, the entire book is talking about how fucking Nazi Germany is gonna wage a war of extermination against the socialists, against the communists, and the Bolsheviks.
Like I'm sure many, the horrors of capitalism, but actually how to change it to end this stuff.
And the people who own the country have basically now are a network of corporations and conglomerates and banks and so on. They ought to govern it, and the way they do it is by the methods we've described. Now, as far as the Soviet Union is concerned, I didn't happen to talk about it tonight, but I've written about this topic. I haven't just made the charge. I've written about it and explained why I think it's true. And it doesn't bother me if I happen to agree with the mainstream media on this. Trotsky, to pick somebody who you remember, once he was charged in the 1930s with agreeing with the fascists in his condemnation of the Soviet Union. And he pointed out that his critique was to be true. He wasn't going to abandon it if somebody else happened to say it for different reasons. So the question is about the Soviet Union, and particularly about Lenin.
Nothing wrong with that, NTC.
Well, here we have to look at the facts. Now, you look at the facts, I think here's what you find. Lenin was a right-wing deviation of the socialist movement, and he was so regarded. He was regarded as that by the Marxists, by the mainstream Marxists.
The mainstream Marxists.
We've forgotten who the mainstream Marxists were because they...
The mainstream Marxists, were they? Isn't it funny how he's all about the mainstream? What the fuck? 1 second he's saying Trotsky stood up for what was right, was no matter what, but then here he's like, oh, but the mainstream Marxists are saying this, so...
Lost. And you only remember the guys
pick a
who
lane,
won.
Chomsky.
But if you go back to that period, the mainstream Marxists were people like, for example, Anton Pannekoek, who was head of education for the Marxist movement, and he's one of the people who Lenin later denounced as an infantile leftist. But he was one of the leading intellectuals of the actual Marxist movement. Rosa Luxemburg was another mainstream Marxist, and there were others. And they were very critical. In fact, Trotsky was one up until 1917. They were all very critical of Leninism because of this, what they regarded as this opportunistic vanguardism. the idea that the radical intelligentsia were going to exploit popular movements to seize state power and then to use that state power to whip the population into the society that they chose. Now that was quite...
Let me ask you, how many of you in chat right now, how many of your comrades have studied Leninism? And let me ask you, could you please point me to the part of Leninism, whichever work, it doesn't matter, by Stalin, Lenin, whoever. Point me to the part where it talks about a radical intelligentsia leading everything, please.
Quite inconsistent with Marxism as
rather than, you know, the Communist Party
mainstream...
being the general staff of the revolution and, you know, the point where the meeting point for all the staunch revolutionaries. And it reaches that point by virtue of its own struggle in the revolution, right? The reason why the Communist Party gains such wide support is it struggles for the interest of the masses over a fucking vast number of time. Like, if you want to know why DPRK has such broad support from its masses, why it has such firm support, it's because over the past 75 years, it has put forward a correct line that actually champions the interests of the people. Free housing, free education, free healthcare. And not just, like, at a surface level, all the way down. The classist Leninism, blankism mix-up. Yep. Hey, Poison, welcome.
Sort of, I'd say, left Marxists. From this point of view, Bolshevism was a right-wing deviation. Trotsky made the same points up till 1917. Now, when Lenin came back
this is
to Russia,
Noam Chomsky,
in April 1917, he took a different line, quite a different line from the one he'd had in the past. You take a look at Lenin's work, it shifted character in April 17. In April 1917, it became kind of libertarian. That's when he came out with the April Theses, and that's when he wrote State and Democracy. It came out a year later.
This old fucking... If you ever wonder where the anarchists and the libertarians get this old fucking bullshit myth about Lenin one day being a libertarianism, right here is where it comes from. Chomsky somehow saying that Lenin was more libertarian in the past, and then he had to get more authoritarian later on or something. It's so ridiculous. Again, which we are learning about very deeply in the Stalin History and Critique of a Black Legend that we're reading Tuesdays and Thursdays. But like that, the Bolsheviks were completely open about their strategy right from the beginning, right? It's just that some people, and this is, by the way, was why Lenin wrote this book right here, State and Revolution, because this was to make their position on the state very clear. Because one of the big disagreements, one of the big problems was anarchists, of course, were in that battle against the monarchy, of course, against the Tsardom, right? But part of this problem during the revolution was you had anarchists behaving fucking criminally in many cases, as in criminally against the people, where they would have zones where they would extort people, they would fucking criminally shake people down, and because some anarchists thought that the revolution meant that there would just be no state, and this was never the position of the Bolsheviks, right? Even Trotsky, if you look at Trotsky's work, he's completely confused about what the fucking state means for a whole bunch, right up until the point where he actually joins the Bolsheviks.
And these were...
He's totally lost about what the state means, Trotsky.
These were basically libertarian works. They were very much more in the mainstream of sort of left libertarian socialism.
Yes, Lenin's work, so libertarian.
It goes from anarchism over to left Marxism of the Pannekoek-Luxemburg variety. And he talked about Soviets and the need for, workers' organization and so on. And in fact, came really closer to what the essence of socialism was always understood to be. After all, the core of socialism was understood to be workers' control over production. That was the core. That's where you begin with. Then you go on to other things. But the beginning is control by the workers over production. That's where it begins. Then Lenin took power in October 1917 in what's called
Lenin
revolution.
Took sole power.
He became the coup. And things followed that coup. or revolution, if you want to call it that. One of the things that followed it was the immediate moves to destroy the Soviets and the factory councils. Those were some of the first moves of Lenin and Trotsky after they took, Trotsky joined at that point, after they took state power. In fact, if you look at what Lenin wrote after that period, or did, you'll find it's a reversion to the earlier position. This sort of left deviation is that, a deviation. You could ask why. In my view, it was just opportunistic. He knew that in order to gain power, he was going to have to go along with the popular currents that were developing, which were in fact spontaneous and libertarian and socialist, as most popular movements have been, in fact, since the 17th century. And being an astute politician, which he was, he sort of went along with that and talked the line.
Oh, yeah, that's what it was. He just went along with it.
Just like when an American politician goes somewhere and his pollsters tell him, say so-and-so, and he says it, doesn't mean he believes it. And I think Lenin was doing the same thing without polls. In any event, whatever your interpretation is, when he took power, he reverted to the former vanguardism and moved at once to eliminate the organs of work.
When he took power, he reverted to the former vanguardism. Because they didn't say the whole time that a political party is completely necessary, that the workers require a political party in order to be an independent force. No, Lenin never said that. Again, we point out that even socialist states today organize around the Leninist principle that was not fully realized in USSR, and Kim Jong-il in his work Fundamentals of Revolutionary Party Building does point out that one serious thing that led to the overthrow in USSR was the failure to implement a mass line and combine it properly with the class line, as well as to focus on ideological education and create new ideology, new strategy for their conditions under socialism, which of course Marx and Lenin couldn't have information for outside of prediction and supposition because they never lived in a socialist society long enough to do that. In fact, Marx never lived in a socialist society at all, right? And so the failure to do that severely paralyzed the party. But I mean, the whole idea of the Vanguard Party in DPRK today, in Cuba today, the Vanguard Party, it's constitutionally the leading party. But it doesn't lead like a capitalist leading party does. In a socialist party, it's constitutionally the leading party, but it's an ideological leader. It puts forward, works and speeches and all this, and basically, and has its own propaganda organs and so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, the real power in a socialist society rests in the people's state. And the relationship between the party and the state is one where the party has to be completely independent of the state. Unlike in a capitalist society where, generally speaking, this is way oversimplified, but in a capitalist society, whichever party wins the election, especially if you get a majority government, that party takes direct hold of the state organs up to and including appointing Supreme Court judges and the head of the Supreme Court, the head of the justice system. In DPRK, instead what you have is what's called the Supreme People's Assembly, which is made up of elected every 5 years workers, farmers, and intellectuals who serve on this organ and have the ability to change the Constitution. They have the ability to change major laws, and they have the ability to appoint positions such as the State Affairs Commission, which is the position that Kim Jong-un serves in the actual state itself. If Kim Jong-un wasn't elected that position and was leader of the party, he would have absolutely no participation in state organs. And then in addition to this, every state organ is grounded on democratic centralism, meaning every person in that state organ gets one vote, and the majority vote is accepted by all. So the way the party leads is its party members, being, of course, no doubt influential in their society and the fact that they work among the masses, they try and get elected to various state organs. And then when they serve on those state organs with a multitude of people from other parties, including independents, they put forward their ideas and their lines. And sometimes that's accepted, sometimes it's not. Especially in the beginning of the revolution, you can imagine many lines, many policies of the parties are not accepted. But over the course of 75 years of the party proving itself correct or actually fighting in the interests of the people, it more and more solidifies its position, and the unity becomes stronger, and the socialist system itself becomes stronger as this socialist construction accelerate. That's the general way that socialism is developed, and that's the way Lenin predicted it would sort of develop. You know, again, he had to do it with only prediction, but he predicted that would essentially be the way it develops. And again, we know that he said that the state would be divided more into more and more hands. But the vanguard, the political party, is the ideological leader, because that's where the politically minded proletariat want to come and do activity. That's where they are drawn to. That's where the political agents of the proletariat are working.
Workers' control. Now that meant he was moving.
Multi-party just makes a circus of false legitimacy. It doesn't actually make for a good democracy.
Control over production. The Soviets and the factory councils were instruments of workers' control, and same.
What we need to affect is the policy,
defective instruments,
which party is in power. We need the policies to change.
But they were the instruments that had been developed in the course of popular struggle to implement basically workers' control, and those were the first things to go. By early 1918, it's still really before the Civil War set in, Lenin's view was pretty clearly expressed. It was the view that
are you fucking ridiculous?
Both he and Trotsky took
before the Civil War set in.
Position that what you need is what Trotsky called a labor army, which is submissive to the
idea about the history of the USSR.
Control of a single leader. He said modern progress and development and socialism requires that the mass of the population subordinate themselves to a single leader in a disciplined workforce.
Yeah, Rosa Luxemburg.
Well, that has absolutely nothing to do with socialism. In fact, it's the exact opposite.
Even if they didn't, the tragedy NTC of Rosa Luxemburg's death is that it proves Lenin's position correct, unfortunately, right?
It was criticized
okay,
just by the
good luck in the doctor, comrade. Hope all is well.
And it's just the revolutionary
hope all is well. Love you, comrade.
He was criticized for that by people.
Come back to the Juche gang family soon. We love you.
And Gorter and the other mainstream sort of left Marxists, and I think they were right. It seems to me that, and then it just goes on from there. I mean, Lenin reconstructed the czarist systems of oppression often more efficiently. Cheka, KGB.
Oh my God! He actually just said that Lenin reconstructed the czarist forms of oppression.
Nothing remotely like socialism in the Soviet Union. I think it was, in fact, in my view, a precursor of later forms of totalitarianism. Now, you could. That's what I think happened, and I think that's what you discover if you look at the facts. Now, why is it called
a precursor to later forms of totalitarianism? You see what he did here very slyly. I don't know if you caught it, but what he's actually doing here is equating Stalin's USSR, or just USSR in general, with Nazi Germany, in case you didn't catch that.
Socialism. Well, I think I think that's complicated, and we should look at it. There's the Soviet Union calls it socialism, and after they took control they did take control pretty soon of most of the international socialist movement, because primarily of the prestige of having created something sort of socialism. Incidentally, just a side remark, Lenin remained, despite it all, a sort of an orthodox Marxist in many respects. And as an orthodox Marxist, he didn't believe that it was possible to have socialism in the Soviet Union. This was supposed to be up to his
Marxist.
Death, or shortly before his death, when he was still writing, speaking lucidly. He kept the view that the Soviet revolution was a holding action. They would just kind of hold things in place until the real revolution took place in Germany, because the revolution, according to Marxist doctrine, was going to take place in the most advanced sector of modern industrial.
You see why this is racist, anybody?
That you read about in Marx. That's where the revolution had to take place. Obviously, that wasn't the Soviet Union, so there couldn't be socialism there. It was just some kind of holding action, and that presumably gave some sort of justification for eliminating the socialist institutions. I don't think it's a real justification, but probably that was the internal justification. And again, in taking that view, he was in accord with the mainstream Marxist tradition. Well, after that comes the view that all of this is socialism. And why should the communist parties take that view? I think the reason is because they wanted to sort of exploit the moral force of socialism, which was quite real. It's kind of hard to remember that today. But at that time, it was very real. This was regarded as a as a progressive moral force, and by associating their own destruction of socialism with the aura of socialism, they hope to gain credit in the working classes and other progressive sectors. Now, the West also identified that with socialism, and they did it for the opposite reason. They wanted to associate socialism with the brutality of the Russian state that undermined socialism. So what you had is that the two major world propaganda agencies, for their own quite different reasons, were claiming that this is socialism.
Yeah, mainstream according to who? White guys? Wait, can you... Does anybody remember how many, you know, how many, like, liberation movements USSR gave aid to, direct material support to? How many has Noam Chomsky given direct support to? Just saying. I'm just saying.
And it's very hard to break out of the control of the world's two major propaganda agencies when they agreed. They agreed for different reasons, but they basically agreed, and that then became doctrine and dogma. Well, I think people should ask whether that's true. Take a look back and see whether the moves that Lenin took and that Trotsky supported him in taking and that they both advocated
yes, he does
had anything to do with socialism as it was understood by, say, in the Marxist tradition or in the left libertarian tradition. And I think the answer that you'll discover when you look at that is that it didn't. In fact, this was a destruction of socialist institutions. Well, you know, this may be true or it may be false, but if it's true, and I think the evidence pretty strongly supports it, then I don't see any reason why we shouldn't express that fact. And I certainly don't think that we should be deterred in expressing this fact if other people who's, you know, fascists or whatever, happen to condemn the Soviet Union, just for the same reasons that Trotsky mentioned in the 1930s.
What the hell? Do you, like... So even though the fascists are saying the same thing we are, we shouldn't look for, like, a more nuanced analysis or alternative opinion. We should just pair it with the fascists are saying, is what he said. Got it, Chomp. Got it, Noam. Got it. By the way, I noticed that he said about the leftists, the opposition. I just wanted to mention this little quote here. Should not be forgotten that the rights and ultra-leftists are actually twins. That consequently both take an opportunist stand. The difference between them being that whereas the rights do not always conceal their opportunism, the lefts invariably camouflage their opportunism with revolutionary phrases. We cannot allow our policy be determined by what scandal mongers and Philistines may say about us. Yeah, Noam. So did Noam get any better in his later years, do you think?
Mid-70s, many people in the West thought that Marxism had a reasonable case to argue. But in the mid-1980s, many of them no longer considered that it had. What exactly happened? Did it turn out that it was all just a big joke?
Follow Lenin, by the way, everybody.
I think what happened is what you brought up before.
Lenin and Larry worked together
Marxism was associated with the Soviet Union and Maoist China and other so-called communist systems. But, you know, Marx would have turned over in his grave to see what they were doing. They were radically anti-Marxist. Radically. But
radically anti-Marxist now. Oh, he's getting worse.
The way the Bolsheviks, Lenin and Trotsky, decided they had to drive the backward peasantry to industrialization by force in order to lead ultimately to a socialist society.
No. They believe they had to industrialize because fucking they realized the Nazis were going to invade at any time. Literally, he said we had 10 years to industrialize before fascists come knocking on the door, essentially. And he was fucking right.
In the last 20 or 30 years of his life, Marx was working on peasant society in Russia. There were the Narodniks, you know, the urban intellectuals went out to the countryside to collect information, to figure out how the peasants are living, and so on and so forth, try to assist them in things. And they collected tons of data. And Marx was just poring over the data.
Is he going to
And
celebrate them?
convinced
That's what I was
became
wondering.
convinced that there's real revolutionary potential in peasant
if you want
society.
to support my work, by the way,
peasant
comrades, you know,
communes,
powerful
peasant
figure
cooperative
could
tradition,
use
and
a
so on.
subscription here.
The urban socialists,
appreciate it.
both the Bolsheviks and the Social Democrats, literally suppressed all that work. It was just too inconsistent with their own class interests of, controlling social movements. So that was gone. But and the same is true across the board.
Chomsky is showing that he also has no understanding of class.
I mean, I'm not, again, kind of like Adam Smith. You can't worship Marx, but he had things to say. And what he had to say, what he believed, was utterly inconsistent with what are called the communist socialist movements. Even more the communist than the social democratic ones. After all, he believed that in England, that's the social democratic society of his day, that there could be a parliamentary road to communism.
You hear what he's saying here? He's saying that Karl Marx believed that there could be a parliamentary road to communism? Yeah, until he saw what happened in Paris fucking Commune. Like, he's acting like all of Marx's works were written at one time, rather than, Marx developing his position over the course of many years and witnessing events that were playing out before his eyes, Like, no, Marx did not believe there could be a parliamentary road to victory. That idea was shattered in his mind after even seeing the events in Germany, actually, before the events in Paris, actually.
But because there was enough participation of the public in decisions. But in any event, once you associate Marx with Russia, and it's clear that Russia is becoming a disaster, as was becoming clear by the 80s, well, of course, then you have to say, let's give up Marx. And I think that's essentially what happened.
Let's give up Marx. That's what they said. That's what they did. They said, let's give up Marx. Good God. Libertarianism is like an invisible moth gnawing away at people's political integrity. Please find the lie. I do like this one though here. We read this one, but look. These go together, and I didn't do that last time. The pure socialists had a vision of a new society that would create and be created by new people. A society so transformed in its fundaments as to leave little opportunity for wrongful acts, corruption, and criminal abuses of state power. There would be no bureaucracy or self-interested coteries, no ruthless conflicts or hurtful decisions. When the reality proves different and more difficult, some on the left proceed to condemn the real thing and announce that they feel betrayed by this or that revolution. No surprise, then, that the pure socialists support every revolution except the ones that succeed. Right? Imagine being 90 years old and still being an anarchist that parrots State Department propaganda regarding the USSR. Get a fucking life, Chomsky. Get some fucking principles, actually. You don't legitimate yourself by doing that. Again, all you do is disconnect from the rest of the socialist world. And it's the same thing today with people who refuse to defend DPRK or refuse to humanize it at all or push back against any of the sanctions and still think they call themselves communists. But they can defend, and a lot of them can defend Cuba, which is what the most puzzling thing is. Again, one of my favorite quotes. If someone is interested in what the Cubans' opinion is on certain questions, he should ask the North Koreans. And if someone asks what the Korea's standpoint is on certain cases, you can safely ask the Cubans about that. Our views are completely identical in everything. That's Raul Castro after his visit to DPRK. And today, in modern times, all 5 socialist countries again consider themselves socialist countries. And here, we are on the authoritarian left. So we also celebrate all 5 socialist countries as socialist countries, and we also support anything which weakens the empire. And when we say the empire, we don't mean some mechanical Leninist interpretation of imperialist conflicts, because today what you have is the G7 imperialist alliance, and you have the rest of the world. And if your analysis misses that fact, I think you're fucking lost in the weeds. Thank you so much, Lennon Smash, for the gift to Baldwin's Ghost, comrade. Appreciate that. Yeah. Not working, still lurking. Cool. Thank you, comrade, for the gift subby to Baldwin's Ghost. Very much appreciated. Comrades, I do expect everybody who's in the Juche gang to now flash those Juche gang signs, please. You know, if my screen's not flooded with Juche gang signs after someone gets a new admission to the Juche gang club, I get disappointed. And meanwhile, we're gonna listen to this to cleanse ourselves of that Chomsky filth that we just listened to. When you only see one set of footsteps on the beach, it's because you were carrying me. Lenny and Larry. Again. That's Lenny and Larry. Prefer the Juche, either, both. NTC, but you can flash both, but I want the Juche gang symbol to be flashed up especially. Yeah. And by the way, if you want to read Parenti destroying people like Chomsky and these sort of left libertarians, I recommend that article. I will read it out to you at some point in the near future as well. Let's listen to this to cleanse ourselves of that filth that Chomsky filled our ears with. And everybody, I expect you to salute our dear comrade Lenin, who still lives with us today. Inventing reality is so much better than manufacturing consent. By the way, Sam, I did record a talk of comrade of Parenti giving a talk about inventing reality, and I censored any of the bad stuff that I wouldn't want to come up on stream, so we can watch that in the future. It's a really good one. Yeah, Ingalls on Authority is a really good one. By the way, I do maintain a theory list with the comrades on this channel. We all work together to maintain this list. Sorry, just 1 second. I almost forgot to mention before we lose too many. I want to mention that, look, we got this theory list that we're helping to maintain on this channel. And as I was mentioning, not enough people read, like, you know, Frantz Fanon, Ho Chi Minh, Harry Haywood, Kwame Nkrumah. So we're including whatever works that we're reading, works that we're planning on reading, good anti-colonial works. We got some Huey Newton here. We got some Fred Hampton, Kim Il-sung, Kim Jong-il, and there's Glenn Sean Coulthard right here. So anytime you want, you can just type !theory list into chat, and that will get you the link to this document. Anyway, on with Lenin. Oh yeah. Since we have a larger audience than usual, to show off my beautiful postcard. Sent to me with this pin because I wrote a paper that my comrade presented at a social sciences conference at KASS in DPRK. That's where this came from. That's why if you ever see a fake one, they look completely different. And then my other prized possession is my poster there that says, "Marxism will break our chains of slavery." which is a Lenin-Stalin era poster, actually. I'm thinking Friday, by the way, we'll do the Zelda CDI game that I did. That was the picture they took at the release of the Hotbox program. The Hotbox. I think I should show that again. The Hotbox, the DPRK torture, the Hotbox program. Cinnamon's marching on the couch. How can you not? It's too good. We love you, Lenin. We love you. We love you, Lenin. We do that. We really do. It's a true story that we love Lenin around these parts. We also love this song as well. The Summer Bop. That is never gonna end.
Kichi, Kichi, Kichima. Sibram Konto Alliance. Shoot to kill. Yamaza. Kill the poor. The farmer. Kill the poor, the farmer. Brr, pa, pa, brr, pa, pa. Attention.
Summer Bop, comrades. Okay, I wanted to hear. I got a couple other things here. One was this.
Communism is based.
I know some comrades missed this earlier. This is too funny. I think people who might have came in with the raid missed this earlier. A new form of North Korean public execution just dropped. In Yeonmin Park's latest interview, she claims Kim Jong-un puts people in hot metal boxes where they dry to death. A method known as hot boxing. She says she witnessed her friend's mom being hotboxed. I've witnessed a few hotboxings in my time too, comrades. You don't know. I've been traumatized by seeing my own friends be hotboxed, actually. I have seen it happen to too many good friends. They were hotboxed right before my eyes. I barely escaped a hotbox with my life. I barely escaped a hotbox. That's right. In DPRK, one of their death sentences is they hotbox you to death. Bum, bum, bum. Here's the evidence, comrades. I dug up the evidence right here for you. Look. This here, these two comrades, these two poor folk. Right, most tragic thing. They were sentenced to the hotbox. And now they're both addicted to the weeds, to the devil's lettuce. Look at them. They can't get enough of it. They're both addicted, I tell ya. Damn you, Kim Jong-un! How dare you! How dare you? How dare you hotbox these brave Korean proletarians? I thought a hotbox was a sauna. No, a hotbox is when you get in a really small room and you light up a joint and you fill the room with smoke. That's a hotbox. And apparently, according to Yeonmi Park, this this is a punishment in the DPRK where they hotbox you until you dry to death. Which, you know, if you've ever been in a hotbox and your mouth has gotten really dry, you know what she's talking about, right? You're like, I'm drying to death, right? You know what I'm talking about when you're in the hotbox and your mouth is getting dry, and you go, I'm being dried to death in this hotbox. Someone open a window. I can't take anymore, comrades. As you can see by my shirt, I'm a proud member of the Hotbox Club. Hey Kay, welcome, comrade, welcome. Hope you were well today. Big shout out to Comrade K. If you don't follow Comrade K, how do you say? You definitely should. Another fantastic place for learning for communists. Welcome, Kay. We're just learning about the newest torture in DPRK where people are hotboxed to death and they dry because, you know, if you've ever been in a hotbox with all that marijuana smoke around you, your mouth gets really dry and you do feel like death is gonna come soon. Like you need a drink or you're like, please, gotta get out of this hotbox. So can you imagine that kind of torture? Being hotboxed to death. Shit. Yeah, I found that too funny. And did you saw that too? The box also have to be insulated for heat to be kept in place. Yeah, it's just a metal box that gets hotter and hotter. That's how it works, okay? It's just silly. It's just nonsense. And she works with, yeah, it's true. She does work with megas, everything else. So, there you go. That's the latest from Yeonmi Park there. I have another song for us. This one from Socialist East, and then we have our Hakim video. Yeah, Kay, you know what? This is actually what I was saying just a little while ago. She left the DPRK at like 12 or 13 years old. It's like, how much do you comrades remember when you're 12 or 13? And where does all this new information keep coming from? And that's like putting aside the whole defector testimony industry that Atlas has its grubby hands all over, right? But where do all these new stories come from when she left when she was fucking 12? Just like she knows all these things about DPRK somehow. The best is if you ever watch DPRK debunking like her stories, when she talks about how she had to climb over a mountain in order to get to China, and DPRK responds to this part of her story by just showing like a scene of her village, and it's like her village, and there's the Yalu River, and there's China. Like there's no mountain that you have to cross. What are you talking about? They're like, where did she find the mountain? I will show it on the stream again, Kay. It's called the title is great. It's called The Poisonous Mushroom Who Grew Up from a Pile of Garbage. I just love that was the title of it. But now, in a serious note, in case you comrades don't know, did you know that Yeonmi Park's parents were persecuted and fucking accused of being human traffickers? And they trafficked several children in their valley out of the fucking DPRK. This is what her father was running from in reality, was running from a human trafficking persecution. And of course, you know, this is the type of people that the US would champion and put forward. People whose families are human traffickers. And so does that now, thinking about this, knowing that her family was human traffickers, let me ask you, does it surprise you that she works with people like Jordan Peterson and, you know, all these other fucking people? Yeah, I nailed it earlier when I said the word. I thought she heard the word hotbox and was like, "Oh yeah, well in North Korea, hotboxing means you get put in a hotbox and you die." Yeah, I totally think that's what happened. And her grift has gone so far now, it's just like an automatic muscle reaction, right? She was probably at a friend's house and they're like, "Hey, let's go hotbox the room over here," right? And she was like, "Hotbox? In DPRK, that means that they put you in a box to die. Did you know that?" I would not have a shadow of a doubt that's exactly how that story emerged. And now she's like giving it at forums and shit. Because where else does their stories come from, honestly? Oh, she is a well-paid liar, that's for sure. She is the most well-paid liar, right? And I mean, yeah, the fact that she now she writes intros to Jordan Peterson books and shit now. Like, there's that, if that doesn't sit wrong with you, I don't know what will. All right, let's listen to some high-spirited joyfulness, some very wholesome music now about fragging fascists and doom. How much we'd have to pay to flip her. Not that it's worth it, but yeah, that's a good question, NTC. There's gotta be a price, right? Reading yesterday about the intercosmos and how many people were sent to space. Even Afghanistan, Syria had people in space thanks to USSR. Meanwhile, the US took how long to send a woman to space? I can't remember when their first one, but it was way, way after the USSR. I know that. Bubbles here wants to give you a message on my behalf, just to let you know that, of course, if you support my work, subscriptions, biddies, etc., I'll always appreciate it. As well, of course, is your time. So here's a message from Bubbles on that.
Hi there. Yeah, I haul shopping carts out of ponds and sell them back to the store for a living. I've been doing it for 18 years. So give me a fucking check, please.
Okay. Here, We gotta hear this one too. I haven't heard this one in a long time. About the Noam census.
Trying to judge the J-Rock, you know what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? But I ain't shook, because motherfuckers try to take me out and stuff, but they can't, right? You know what I'm saying?
You're saying, know what I'm saying, too many times. 80 or 90 times? That's too many times. Once or twice is cool, but 80 or 90 times, man?
What are you, from the department of Noam sayings? You taking the Noam census? You counting my Noam sayings?
We love J-Rock. We do love J-Rock. Alright, I have one last video for you all. And then we will be rating somebody. So this is the new Hakeem video, just released
Come join
today.
us over on the Deprogram, a podcast I run with Second Thought and Yugopnik. To quote our favorite authoritarian GT, have these gentlemen... She immediately starts with an over...
Back a bit, there we go.
Now, I've never come across this person before, but Hi there.
Alright.
Come join us over on the Deprogram, a podcast I run with Second Thought and Yugopnik. To quote our favorite authoritarian GT, have these gentlemen ever seen these nuts? Intro topics, history, memes, and me being perpetually tired, all of it is at your disposal over on the links in the description and pinned comment. Hello. Today we're looking at this video by Sabian Hosenfelder titled, Capitalism is Good. Let me explain. Now, I've never come across this person before, but I'm getting a STEMmy, I know everything stereotype. I'm probably wrong, this was an instant issue of strange delivery, and it goes without saying that you shouldn't bother this person, obviously. Let's critique the argument. She immediately starts with an overly drawn-out explanation of what money is, by beginning with barter. Sorry to say, but bartering is mostly a myth. Ideas of gift exchange, mutual share of labor, etc. did exist, but beyond delayed credit, as an I owe you X and I'll get it, or an agreed upon equivalent back to you by Y, bartering has never actually existed within communities, although barter between communities has been theorized on a tribal level. She's already started her video off on a bad note. Graeber's death to the first 5,000 years is a recommended
There's an
read
important
for those
election
interested.
coming up in a couple minutes.
She describes
in your
money
chat.
as an
Keep
exchange
your eyes
medium,
open.
which isn't entirely wrong, but is a little simplistic. Money hasn't always existed, and its development is closely linked to the development of class society. Money as we know it today arose because of the development of commodities, meaning goods produced specifically for exchange rather than individual or common consumption. With the development of commodity production, as in production for exchange on a market, trade develops, and with trade comes the money commodity, essentially a universal equivalent. Likewise, money was also historically, and in a way still is, a system of credits and debts, meaning a system of accounting. In the final analysis, to use a Marxist trope, money is a representation of value, and that's kind of where the crux of the matter is.
Most
What is
important
value,
election
you
of your
ask? Well, I
lifetime
have
is
several
coming
videos
right
on
up.
that here, otherwise Chapter 1 of Marxist Capital goes into the detail you'll need.
Suppose you have a lot of apples and not sufficiently many people to buy them. Your amazing apples rot away. What a shame. You would like to make apple juice from them, but you can't afford a juice press, so your breakthrough innovation doesn't come into being. That sucks. However, your friend Sue has been getting really rich with all her chickens. So rich, in fact, she's sitting on a big pile of money that she doesn't know what
The
to do
election
with.
begins. Cast
Sue
your votes
sees
now,
your problem
comrades.
and offers you a
Mandatory
deal.
voting for
She
all
gives you
Juche
some
gang
of her
members.
money so that you can buy your juice press. You just have to agree that if you get rich with your juice
make me
press,
send the
you
Stasi.
give her the money back, plus something on top. That money which Sue gives to you is your capital.
Don't
And
be
such
doing
was
no
born the
fucking three-way
capitalist.
tie or nothing
The
either.
capitalist is a person or institution who provides capital to those who want to launch a new business.
She goes on to misunderstand what capital and capitalists are, essentially indicating that it's simplified investor activity. I'll give you money to start your business, but you have to pay me back plus a little extra. This isn't what a capitalist or capitalism is. Capital is self-expanding value, or a value which generates surplus value and hence more capital, as a result of exploitation of wage labor. In other words, land, buildings, machinery, hired labor, amongst other things, used to generate more capital down the line. Pause the screen and read if you're further interested. If we're being generous, she's only defining money capital here, which is a very incomplete definition. As for capitalists, they're not simply those that provide funds for businesses. Capitalism is a system based on the private ownership of the means of production, wage labor, markets, and in a slightly
Oh
technical
no,
note,
there better not be a
generalized commodity
three-way tie.
production.
You keep
It
fucking
follows that
voting
capitalists
up
are,
there.
number 1, owners of the
Come
means
on,
of production.
votes in
Number
the top
2,
of the
own
chat. You
capital
get
in some
10
meaningful
minutes.
form that's invested in the
I'll
circle of
remind you when
capital.
it's almost
and number
over.
3, engage in wage labor. Someone providing money as investment capital could be a capitalist, but that's a niche and narrow example of something much bigger.
Capitalism and all the elaborate financial instruments that come with it is a surprisingly recent innovation. It didn't really take off until the Industrial Revolution 150 years ago, and it's dramatically changed the world.
This is again not the full story. Yes, capitalism became generally globalized, forcibly so I might add, by the 1800s, but primitive capitalist formations date back further. I won't go into too much detail, but the book The Origin of Capitalism by Ellen Wood is fantastic.
Scientists tend to associate the stunning societal progress we've seen since then to science and technology. But I think that's having it backwards. The driver of all this progress was the capitalist system that allowed an efficient allocation of resources. By resources, I don't just mean raw materials, but also goods and human resources. Capitalism is a system that distributes these resources without anyone needing to have an overview, just by interactions between traders. It's pure genius if you think about it. And that's why science took off, not the other way around.
There's a technical point in that she's wrong, but in a correct way. Capitalism is a step up and progressive compared to feudalism and other pre-capitalist formations, as it introduced important political and economic changes. Politically, and due to complex developments,
yes,
it broke up fiefdoms, serf setups, and other barriers to concentrated labor in small urban areas. With the enclosure of the commons and other limitations on subsistence farming, people were huddled into crowded cities where factories sprung up, hungry for labor. Capitalism likewise standardized production and allowed for the expansion of the productive forces, to use some jargon, which essentially means increase the ability to build more stuff more quickly, efficiently, and cheaply. With this came increased scientific ability and discovery, but here she makes two mistakes. The first being that capitalism is the supposed end-all and be-all, and that no other superior system would arise from the contradictions of capitalism, as earlier, capitalism arose from the contradictions of feudalism, we'll get back to this point. And secondly, she completely forgets the absolutely indispensable role of state investment. This is a point that generally cannot be understated. Practically every single modern innovation that has dramatically improved people's lives has risen out of civilian state-funded research or military research, which is likewise state-funded. You need larger maintained labs, regular research staff, intricate machinery, and lots of funding. The logic of capitalism, on the other hand, is quick profit, because every second at a net loss is ultimately dangerous for a capitalist enterprise. No profit means no ability to expand further, which means relative stagnation compared to competition, which will eventually eat you alive. Market competition has winners, and winners require either preferential treatment from the state or more profit, which can be reinvested in the circuit of capital for further expansion. That's why it's absolutely no surprise that the state and intelligent policy is what determines major breakthroughs, not the market. A great book on this point is The Entrepreneurial State by Mariana Mazzucato.
Extract penicillin in large quantities. They then conducted medical trials, and once they were sure penicillin was both safe and effective, their method was scaled up by the pharmaceutical industry.
Oh my
Two
God.
members of the Oxford group
This is
later
such
shared the
dishonest.
Nobel Prize with Fleming. So what saved all those many lives wasn't just Fleming's observation in a petri dish. The game changer was producing the stuff in large quantities and bringing it where it was needed. Innovation and industrialization ultimately going back to capitalism. That's what saved all those people.
Because the
She didn't do her
USSR didn't
research here because,
industrialize without
unsurprisingly, it was
capitalism.
government funding, particularly for military purposes, that managed to scale up the development of penicillin, not the private sector. US military leaders mobilized these resources instead of prioritizing economic goals. Staff and supplies began flying all over the world. This
You know
approach
this
induced
person,
collaboration,
Sam?
providing access to a previously unfathomable network of scientific exchange. Extensive coordination by government agencies made this collaboration possible. The Office of Scientific Research and Development initiated US
God,
involvement
I
with
feel sorry
penicillin
for
and
you
oversaw
then.
most of the scientific work prior to 1943. It coordinated a total of 57 research contracts covering the preliminary studies of penicillin, clinical trials, and extensive research into the drug's chemical synthesis.
This is
Typically,
why I
only
was
once
saying it was
government
so
and tax money made
dishonest
sure
what she
penicillin
said.
was entirely viable and profitable, it was handed over to the private sector. Think of any major contributor to quality of life nowadays, and this is the story for the vast majority of things. On the innovation and industrialization, ultimately going back to capitalism point, this goes back to what we said earlier about her thinking that capitalism is the end-all be-all system. Capitalism standardized production, yes, and expanded the productive forces, yes, but only to a point. After which capitalism begins outliving its usefulness as the core short-term drive for profit within capitalism begins to limit any meaningful long-term development without heavy government intervention.
Yeah.
This then begs the question, capitalism is itself a political system too, in which the capitalist ruling class uses its power to mobilize the state towards whatever ends suit it. That's why the environmental catastrophe we're seeing now is unraveling. The logic of capitalism isn't to fix these issues because it's not profitable, but pollution, fudging emission data, removing environmental legislation, and other shady practices are. Why bother with controlling something that has this inbuilt political stubbornness, aside from the many contradictions that will eventually bring the system or us as a species down regardless? When instead we can go beyond into a system of economic planning, the abolition of wage labor, and the private ownership of capital, so that society's resources are mobilized for all rather than the profit of a tiny sliver at the top. Regardless, innovation and industrialization ultimately going back to capitalism is a moot point as, for example, antibiotic research and mass production was highly successful in the socialist USSR once it got off the ground. Funnily enough, the CIA laments that Soviet antibiotics were of equivalent quality to American production, though the packaging supposedly lacked the elegance the US market is accustomed to.
Lacked the elegance.
Interestingly, while researching for this, I discovered Soviet and Eastern Bloc research on
Reminds me of that guy
bacteriophage
that went to
therapy as an
Cuba and was
alternative
like,
to
"Look, all the
antibiotics going back
packaging's the
decades.
same."
Which is fascinating
Hell.
because it's something the West had abandoned decades ago, but only recently picked up again. Back to the video in just a second. Let's hear from today's sponsor, Atlas VPN. For a lot of research that I do for my videos, I end up hitting pages that aren't available in my location. That's frustrating. The many benefits. Massive thanks to Atlas VPN.
Capitalism got a pretty bad rep when Marx claimed that it's just about grabbing hold of the means of production and exploiting the working class.
A horrible bastardization of Marx's incredibly sophisticated argument. Marxism makes no moral claims. Capitalism isn't bad because it's mean, it's bad because it's untenable and has inbuilt contradictions that are dangerous for the system itself, us as a species, and the planet, which I've made a relevant video on prior.
He said the system was unsustainable and
Harvey's
also
70
discovered that
Contradictions
people
and the End of
trend
Capitalism is likewise a
towards
good primer on
socialism.
that, and also my 101 videos. The dismissal of Marx and subsequent developments of Marxism is so commonplace because once the arguments are confronted, they have no answer, so instead they just kind of pretend it doesn't exist, like children. Go into any major economics department in the US, for example, and you'll see only the loosest possible covering of Marx, but more often absolutely no mention of one of the most influential figures of the past 1,000 years, anywhere, in any meaningful and engaging way. This is by design.
Of course, there was an element of truth to his fears, because
That's
some
Lenin,
things
that
went
one that
badly wrong
Chomsky's so
during
afraid
the
of.
Industrial Revolution, but that's another story.
Ah yes, of course, and only then, right? Nothing since. Why did Greece burn down entirely and then get Noah's Ark last week? Oh, no reason.
For today, we just need to know that capitalism, like fiat money, requires a governing institution.
I love the capitalist
That's
system where the
because
patent for
someone
insulin was
must
free
be
and now it's
there to
unaffordable.
enforce
It's just so
contracts
efficient.
should the need arise. That and a few other things,
Last
as
chance to
we'll
vote.
see in a moment.
If you're interested in the development of liberalism, essentially the birthing ideology of capitalism, although by far not the only ideology capitalism inhabits, as well as the reason governing structures are the way they are, check out our 4-part series we did on our podcast, The Deprogram, titled Real Theory Hours Liberalism.
Even so, capitalism has been enormously successful in unlocking societal progress, and the nations who still don't use it,
Yeah, it
such
doesn't
as
hold back
North
progress
Korea,
or anything
Cuba,
by
and
keeping
Laos,
kids who
are
have
places
extreme
you
talents
don't
and
want
stuff
to
out
live.
of education and things
This
like
is so
this.
tiring. Lady, why is the DPRK poor? Have you ever asked yourself this? I have a video on the DPRK I recommend you watch here, but in summary, sanctions.
No.
They are artificially limited.
Okay, I don't like that video on DPRK, I'll tell you right now, and I recommend you don't watch that video. Instead, just think about it like this. They call the DPRK poor, but then ask yourself again, why does the DPRK citizens have free healthcare, up to including optical, dental? How come education is free, up to including secondary education, and you can even get fucking scholarships to foreign universities? Oh, I agree. But this is why I do critique him, but he's one of the few that I will actually watch videos of on this channel. As you know, I don't watch videos of that many people.
Limited in every possible way by
Mushaba,
barriers to trade and imports,
Malma,
even for basic industrial
Zamperani.
prerequisites or medicines. If you shoot someone in the leg and they have difficulty walking afterwards, that's not exactly their fault now, is it? This is kind of an extension of the socialism has always failed point,
the way
which
he
is
says about
blatantly not true,
DPRK
and I've
being
made a
poor
dedicated
is,
video to that point. Likewise, all the research is very clear that socialism, given equal levels of economic development, is an objectively better system. Subsequent research indicates the same. She's touting an
I mean, I totally agree, but I'm not gonna. I wasn't gonna say it out loud.
If Haiti or Cuba is better, despite Cuba still being under one of the most vicious blockades humanity has
I mean,
known
but
for more than
at
half a
the same
century,
time, I realized
I've
that,
likewise
look,
made
because of our position on actually defending DPRK the way it should, etc., we won't ever have the same as big audience as many streamers, and that's fine. I'd rather stick to our guns of defending actually existing socialism, aligning with the 5 socialist countries, and studying works like Kim Jong-il and Lenin and The Truth About Stalin, like our new book at Iskra here.
A video on Cuba and their sanctions here. This is why I hate nonsense like this. Zero real thought, zero analysis, just a tired regurgitation of State Department nonsense that reinforces horrible and illegal crimes against sovereign nations solely because they refuse to toe the American line.
People in DPRK are more provided for than the average citizen in fucking USS.
But to quote our favorite Latin lover, where is the success of capitalism in Asia, Africa, or Latin America? It's wrong to assume that the capitalist average is Norway. It isn't. Much closer is Bangladesh, or Peru, or Kenya. This is how ideology works, not facts, but tired so-called truisms based on essentially nothing at all. This doesn't even scratch the surface of how those supposedly wealthy capitalist countries got so wealthy in the first place. Hint hint, it wasn't pleasant, nor ethical, nor even legal half the time, if at all. My video, Why Countries Stay Poor, goes into more detail here. Regardless, her admittance of China is interesting. Is it because she doesn't believe China is socialist? Is it because she has a nuanced understanding of the pitfalls of market socialism? Most likely not. It's most probably because China is doing fairly well, and doing well does not equal socialism in her mind. How do I know this? Well, Laos has a very similar system to Vietnam and China, as in a so-called market-oriented social system, yet she decided to use Laos as an example of not using capitalism while omitting Vietnam and China. Ideology is fun, isn't it?
We've seen that capitalism is a system that combines markets with governing rules to efficiently distribute resources.
That's not what capitalism is. Feudalism combined markets with governing rules, likewise with the Roman Empire and other slave societies too. Boiling down capitalism solely to markets shows you don't really know what capitalism is. Efficiently distributing resources is subjective depending on the end goal. Capitalism mobilizes resources towards profit, nothing else. In fact, rules and interventions by governments exist to attempt to impotently limit this core aspect of capitalism, such as emission limits or labor laws or taxation, all things capitalists fight tooth and nail against and often win.
This distribution of resources works best if everyone can put forward their offers freely and customers can pick what they want. This is known as a free market, and it optimizes the distribution of resources by competition. Free markets are a beautiful example of decentralized self-organization, an invisible hand.
As you see all the decentralization we have?
This is all nice and good, but free markets don't and have basically never existed. This strikes me as someone who has read a single intro to economics book and then called it a day. The world is very different from the fictional and highly ideologized nonsense you find in what passes for economics education nowadays. Ha-Joon Chang, not a Marxist economist by any stretch of the imagination, has 2 great works on this topic: Bad Samaritans, The Myth of Free Trade and the Secret History of Capitalism, and 23 Things They Don't Tell You About Capitalism. Have a read, but in essence, all the usual nonsense justifications you hear are fiction, from free markets to how capitalist dogma explains how some countries got rich while others didn't. Interestingly, South Korea has banned some of his work for potentially being seditious. Ooh, gotta love that freedom of thought, guys, huh?
One of the most important insights to come out of this research area is that free markets only work to everyone's benefit if they're set up properly. Keep in mind that capitalism isn't just a free market. It's a free market plus the governing framework to run it.
I'm just tired. What does being set up properly entail, exactly? Doesn't she see that this is ideological language? For someone supposedly all about the science, she has a lot of blind faith in this stuff. Talk to a good chunk of Austrian school economists, for example, and you'll hear that the rules set up around free markets render those markets not free in the end at all. So does she settle on some Keynesian compromise instead? Seemingly not. She actually holds no concrete position on this setup she's talking about. This is just a garbled mess.
Free markets do not, for example, work to everyone's favor if some people have insider information, which gives them a trading advantage. This is why we have laws against that. Free markets also work badly if one single company dominates a market sector and can use their power to force customers to stick with them.
You know how good the laws work there.
This is why we have laws against that.
Oh, is that so? Then why is insider trading and insider information so ubiquitous in modern capitalist economies?
Laws against it, but it's just...
Oh my god, a possible inbuilt feature being passed off as a correctable failure of the system. No, it can't be. Capitalism isn't a fairy tale, it's a real system with real people taking part in it. Whatever possible edge an enterprise or group can get to win in the market, they'll take it no matter the legal, moral, ethical, or environmental cost. be it insider trading, fudging emission data, dodging taxes, illegal
even
market
account for this
consolidation,
in
lobbying
their
against
budgets,
environmental
right?
legislation, or a dozen other ways.
They account for the
As for
potential of
monopolies,
getting
well, you
fined.
see, in market competition, you have winners. Winners consolidate market share and eventually develop into monopolies of one form or another. This is the natural course of the system. Marx termed this the centralization of capital and is what we've been seeing since the late 1800s. And nowhere is this clearer than in media ownership concentration, although the pattern is reproducible across practically every other field.
Free markets also don't automatically account for externalities.
Car companies were
such
cheating
as
emissions laws for
environmental
years,
pollution.
100%.
An externality is generally any consequence of trade that doesn't directly affect the trading parties. They can be both good and bad, but it's the bad ones that are the problem.
The bad
Suppose there's
ones.
a river going by your house that everyone is free to use. One day a clothing company puts up a factory and dumps their toxic waste into the river.
They do,
All
yeah,
the fish
that's
die,
true, lady.
and no one dares swimming in the river anymore. This is clearly not an optimal use of resources, you might say. Why didn't Smith's invisible hand prevent it? The reason market forces didn't prevent it is that the water was free to use. The market didn't know it had any value, so pollution couldn't reduce its value. There are several ways to deal with problems like this. One is to just pass laws that forbid certain actions and punish those who disobey. Or you can put a tax on the pollution so that at least the government has money to clear up the mess. Or
Oh my
you
God,
can put a price
what an
on using
asinine
water.
argument.
There are
They didn't
pros
know
and
not to
cons all
pollute
of
it until
those,
there
but
was
that's a different
monetary
story.
incentive
And
to
this is the
not
system she
pollute
called
it.
genius just a few minutes back. The issue is her solution to this is
What a
untenable and
monster.
boils down to
Who
not
thinks
stopping
like
pollution, but
that?
instead attempting to dissuade pollution long term through laws that will definitely get gridlocked or blocked, taxation initiatives that will likewise be lobbied against, or other castrated attempts. A genuine solution would be, for example, immediate nationalization should they not comply with X set of criteria for environmental pollution by a short time frame. The issue here is, why bother when it's clear that letting the capitalist system continue as it is will only result in more of these sorts of issues? We already have a better template. The research is clear.
It amazes
Socialism
me that
is
this is
the
the
proper
way
answer
she
here.
thinks. Like,
The best
what a
example of this would be
monstrous way of
Cuban and
thinking.
Chinese efforts
No
at mitigating
joke.
climate change. Some of the few actually successful examples on Earth currently. Here's a good read to get you started. Of course, this doesn't mean Cuba or China's perfect, blah blah, I don't need to say this.
Which is why capitalism is completely contradictory, right? Powerful finger to environmentalism.
Failures since the middle of the last century. Carbon dioxide emissions are such an externality. For the market to optimize the use of fossil fuel resources, we should have put a price on releasing carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. We did not, and that's why we're now in deep shit.
Not only externalities. Market failures are a core aspect of capitalism. Boom and bust cycles are and always will be ever present, either due to crises of overproduction or a million other reasons. Again, what sense does it make to have a system that implodes in on itself every 5 to 7 years, destroying massive amounts of production, the capital acquired for that production, millions of people's lives, and the planet? Also, why didn't we put a price? All of scientific consensus was clear that we're heading down a dangerous path and need to do something about it immediately, but nothing was done. I wonder why. Could it possibly be because the capitalist system prioritizes short-term profit over anything else, and as a result this basically didn't and continues not to matter for the vast majority of industry? You can't separate the politics from capitalism. It's not only an economic system.
So, yes, our current capitalist systems do have a problem with environmental protection, but the reason isn't that there's something wrong with capitalism per se. It's that we didn't set it up correctly in the first place.
This sounds like an abused person making excuses for their abuser, because it essentially is.
The current situation is that companies who voluntarily produce environmentally friendly goods put themselves at a competitive disadvantage because other companies exploit the environment at zero cost. This moves the burden onto the consumer.
It's on one hand an upward redistribution of wealth, and on the other hand it's what gives the money its value and legitimates it as the sole currency in a location, right?
Exactly right. Finally some sense, and that's why capitalism is untenable, amongst many other reasons. But I'm sure she'll make more excuses in just a second.
This makes no economic sense, and it'll ultimately not work. It's completely upside down. Products whose production causes damage to the environment, which then requires adaptation and mitigation, should be more expensive, not less expensive.
Of course, it makes economic sense is exactly what's happening. Either they skirt environmental legislation or they pass off the cost to the consumer. Profits are sacred. Your budget, living standards, and the environment are not. Her thinking that products damaging to the environment should be more expensive is a thinking which can be made into reality only when the government is not ultimately owned and controlled by capital, which is never the case under capitalism, as capitalists are the ruling class and reproduce their power, ownership, and privilege through the use of said state. Unless the state is in the hands of the working class, markets are entirely subdued for planned purposes or otherwise suppressed, and an economic plan instated, this will continue to be the case.
This is why economists have argued for decades that we need to put a price on carbon, and it's why several countries have now introduced carbon taxes or use a cap-and-trade system.
Again, that's all well and good, but carbon taxes haven't worked, nor are they a solution which is made clear by the lightest thought on the topic, let alone the research. In a nutshell, production shifted to places with less legislation, the taxes are simply paid and polluting behavior is continued, carbon credits are simply purchased from other enterprises, or 1,000 other methods. This is a band-aid and a bad one at that,
not only
a
that,
solution.
well, like what I said about before, about how they use carbon offsets, like in Canada, one reason why the forest fires were so bad this year was because of carbon offset tree planting in the past. Because they plant the cheapest softwood trees they can that have a very shallow root base, and that leaves a forest with no diversity, and that makes it more susceptible to damage from forest fires, less able to... If you look at a forest that has an extreme amount of diversity in its forest, it will suffer much less damage in a forest fire, and the forest fire will spread much less far. Yeah, her argument for capitalism to work, we need socialism. Exactly. And basically what she's just arguing for the status quo, right?
Capitalism has been incredibly successful in advancing society. To the extent that it has caused us problems, it's because we haven't properly used it.
We haven't
the solution
properly
is not
used
to
it.
abandon it, but to make sure it works to our advantage. There's no simple way to do that, and everyone who claims that the solution is to either discard capitalism or blindly trust it didn't understand the problem in the first place.
How convenient. Capitalism got us into a mess, threatening the extinction of the species. Let's just keep going down this road, I'm sure it'll work out.
Yeah.
I think it's been made more than clear that this person, who I'm sure is very knowledgeable on other topics, happens to not have done much research into this one and relied on tired ideologizing and a fairy tale understanding of the capitalist system. I've thrown several books at you today, but one last one to recommend is Economic Planning in an Age of Climate Crisis by Paul Cockshott and co. It goes into a lot of the detail you'll need, really. And that's that. People are absolutely eating our line in the comments, so I've kept this brief.
Well, what did you think, comrades? Okay, I just want to, before we start this, I just want to always, as I do every day, leave you with a quote. That was painful, and that's why I'm gonna leave you with a good quote. One to get you thinking here. How about one from Assad Shakur? We're taught at such an early age to be against the communists, yet most of us don't have the faintest idea what communism is. Only a fool lets somebody else tell him who his enemy is. Assad Shakur. Long live. You don't know, Trump tried to expedite her when he was coming into presidency. He was trying to expedite her, and Cuba was like, no, she's not going anywhere. No thanks. I'm massaging my temples like an aspirin commercial. Oh god. That was me for a long time. I'm sure that describes a lot of people. And that's why I wanted to share that quote to end today. I think that's just such a good one. I will, by the way, if you follow me on Twitter, I do post these quotes on Twitter sometimes, and I will start doing so more often again. Make sure you come back tomorrow, everybody. I'm going to be reading from Stalin, History and Critique of a Black Legend again. Again, we're on page 225 if you're on the physical copy, or we are on page 245 if you're on the PDF, single page PDF. You can get a link by typing reading into chat, just like that. And then on Friday, We're gonna be doing Winging It, watch some politics stuff, but I think actually Friday is the day I might do some of that Legend of Zelda CDI challenge. So I told the community if they got me to 100,000 labor vouchers by the end of the month, that I would play that horrible Zelda CDI game. They did it in 10 days. Exclamation mark first, and then reading all small letters like this. So we're gonna raid Rob, of course, to repay. We're gonna raid Rob since he raided me before with a nice good raid, and I would like to repay him. I'm gonna send you out with this song as we go. If you do like my work, of course, I do encourage you to hit the subscribe or the gift button. It means an absolute ton to me. Struggling on disability is absolutely no fun, but I also very much appreciate all your time today. And all the support I did receive today means an absolute ton as well. And again, just your time is the most important thing. Oh shit! I always forget the raid message. Hopefully you can copy that in time. Love you, comrades. Come join me tomorrow for the reading. Stalin, History Critique of Black Legend. You don't want to miss it.